Hello and welcome back to another episode of the Paper Dungeon. Today we are on episode 2 of chapter 2.
Of
the second
book 1.
episode.
The second part of campaign 1. Which is now book 1.
Anyway, we're super excited to be streaming. Don't listen to Grant. He just likes to confuse people by giving too much information. It's episode 2 of chapter 2. We're chilling out. We're excited to be playing. We do have a few announcements to go through. So since Grant's so eager to talk, Grant's going to give our first announcement. What's up, Grant?
Hello, YouTube. Hello, Patreon. Happy you're here right now. We're in the process, as we always are, chronically, of catching up. So sorry about that. It's literally my fault, so everybody blame me.
You're busy.
But soon enough, we're moving, we're schmoozing, and soon enough, we'll have those episodes up. So if you're watching this in the future, that means that we caught up, I guess. So pat myself on the back, future me, and happy you're here. Come see us live on Twitch sometime. We're live every Monday night as of now. We'd like to see you in chat, please. Please come support us in chat.
That got so intense towards the end.
It gives our little viewer count a boost, and it helps. Please follow us on Twitch.
We need you.
Thank you, Grant. Lydia, I think you also have an announcement.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, you're on Twitch, but we also on other places. You can find us on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, kind of Facebook, but not really. Don't go to Facebook.
I don't know why we even mentioned Facebook.
I mean, we technically have it. Might as well. Just don't look at
If any
it.
boomers are watching,
It's the
Facebook
meme.
moms.
One of these days, we're gonna go check our Facebook page and be like, "Why do we have 6,000 followers on Facebook?"
We'll never
It's the
know.
most successful platform.
We'll never
When
know.
a video goes viral on Facebook, it goes viral, dude. The views on that platform are nuts. Just saying.
But yeah, so go check us out on other places. You can find us at the Paper Dungeon.
Nice. And Aaron has our last announcement.
Sup, gang. This is Aaron streaming from a new room. Lydia's also in a new room. This isn't the announcement. I figured I'd just throw it in. We have a Discord, and if you're not in it, something's wrong with you. And I'm sorry, but you can fix that problem very quickly by joining. It's really awesome there. Sometimes we stream, we talk to the chat, just a whole bunch of cool things. We've got a recipe channel. It's great. Other than that, we also have a website, which the link is still wrong in the chat. We're doing our best. Unless you changed it. Did you change it, Grant?
How did we get the link wrong? It's thepaperdungeon.com. Is it spelled wrong? Did I spell it wrong?
Dungeon.
Dungeon
It's
is
the
wrong.
Paper Dungeon.
It's the Paper Dungeon.
How could I possibly mess that up?
It happens, all right? It's
I feel
been
like
there
I
for
double
years.
check everything.
But on that store, we have a merch store where you can, well, on that website, we have a merch store. That's what I meant to say. Where you can buy our merch that has our logo on it and stuff. And speaking of merch stores, Lydia also has one where she sells a bunch of her cool art on shirts, like the one that she's currently wearing, pillows, probably other things, not notebooks. And she also does commissions. So Lydia needs to pay rent, so you should go do that.
Aaron is #still salty about the notebooks.
I will never let it die.
He's not salty, he's gloating.
I'll be 80 years
He's
old.
gloating that he's one of the few in the world with a notebook.
I'll be 80 years old and I'll hold it up. I'm like, this is mine.
To further clarify for those in chat, our website is not the Paper Dung on, it is the Paper Dungeon with an E. Thank you.
www.thepaperdungeon.com. Back to you, DJ.
Thank you. I believe those are all of our announcements, and we're falling off.
What are we
We are
doing,
falling
DJ?
off.
That was an
We
example of what is happening.
That,
Thank you.
that was
brilliant.
really clever how you did that.
Wow.
Purposefully.
Drew, would you roll the clip, please?
Welcome to Nico Muris, a world of lost legend and forgotten lore. As the world, still recovering from the decimation of the trial, approaches the turn of the century, ancient evil returns with a lust for darkness and ruin. Follow us into a planar conspiracy as powers beyond your imagination plot the downfall of all that is right and good. 3 years have passed since our heroes fought a war to reclaim a fallen land. Now, they must once again take up arms and write a new story. a tale of glory, fear, and fortune as they make their way through the Paper Dungeon.
All right. So, as we restarted the campaign last week, go watch the episode if you haven't watched it. Definitely gotta check it out.
Once it's up on YouTube, but right now it's a VOD. Sorry.
Yes. But when we started the campaign last week, we met our 4 protagonists. This being 3 years since the previous events of the campaign, since they finished the war and managed to restore peace to the continent of Lyra, and specifically win the battles at Athala and bring peace to the lands of Oclaron. Our heroes then left on their own adventures to become their own people. Renaya went on to hang out in the Abyss quite a bit and hang out with different beings there, along with spend quite a bit of time at the Scholar's Guide towards the end of that 3-year period. Edward has been constantly to and fro Athala and Oclaron and Gambit's Keep, juggling a lot of tasks and overall staying extremely busy as he incorporated a whole new faction into his country, led the restoration of his city, worked with the displaced peoples to bring them into a new home, and also delegate the ways of like the founding of a new town/city and how that works with the politics. We were reintroduced to our favorite Dragonkind boy, Leshka, who has been spending quite a bit of time going to and fro on missions for the Scholar's Guide. He's also spent the last 6 months or so hanging out with Renaya quite a bit, and also with Cather just a little bit. Cather is nowhere to be seen. We don't know what's going on with him. He's lost to the void. And we were introduced to a new face of potentially Fate's Gambit, if that ever happens again. Abinthy Triplewitz, a well-known mage and sorcerer.
Well, it's not that well.
A
Well-traveled.
well-traveled. Okay, I like that. Yeah, a well-traveled mage who has been spending quite a bit of time around Gambit's Keep as a kind of arcanist and groundskeeper for the keep itself, under the designation of Edward. He's been hanging out. He's been enjoying his time. He's been having a grand old time. And so in the last episode, we watched as Edward went to go deal with the politics around the finishing of the Crimson Wall, a wall around the territory known for the orcs. We watched as Renaya tried to decipher some old items, try to look into Ruat and into some other things that might be associated with that, and ended up having to go back to Gambit's Keep to look at Arak Varas, the hammer, the legendary hammer wielded by Tarak, that has potentially an association with Ruat in some shape or form. Leshka also was coming back from a visit to Cather, an unsuccessful visit, I would say, as he was looking for him and was not able to find him, at which point he then went to Gambit's Keep to find Renaya and inform her of all of this. Ebenthy was, of course, at the Keep, maintaining it. He had to deal with some of the issues that the planar portal was having, and the teleportation circle was having. That's really more what it was, the teleportation circle. And in doing this, he also discovered that there were people in the keep, so he went to go check it out and saw Renaya and Leshka. Edward returned to the keep because he was feeling just a little bit homesick, only to discover that it was actually full of people for once in his life. And so all 4 of you found yourselves together, debating whether or not going and trying to find Cather was what was needed to be done. Also looking into the fact that there's more Fae activity. The factions. The faction known as the Autumn Daughters, a set of servants for Zestari, has been extremely active compared to previous decades and centuries amongst the outer planes and amongst the material plane. And so you guys have noticed that. You've also noticed an uptick in draconic activity as well. But for the most part, you guys are just trying to figure out what's going on with Cather at the moment. After trying to communicate with him a couple different times, it was revealed that he thinks that he's in this unknown place, the city full of doors, and through some powers of deduction, you were able to assume that he is in the planar city of Sigil, the city of doors, where anybody and everybody can come from anywhere and go anywhere, assuming that all the doors work for some reason. And that's where we left off. You guys decided that you guys were going to make your way to this tiny uninhabited island that you've been to before when chasing the Dead King's horde, as you have remembered, or specifically Triplewitz remembered, that there's actually a door to Sigil deep within the caves that you guys briefly explored before returning back to the path that you were supposed to go on to head down to the Dead King's horde. And so knowing that that's where you're going to go, you decide to take off the next morning. Yeah. Grant, did you just need hit a fly?
I did, but I also want to clarify. This is episode 2. It's early in the campaign. I feel like it's worth mentioning. We'll be throwing around terms that anybody who hasn't seen the first half might not fully understand, but
Fair enough.
we're crafting this story in a way that it doesn't matter if you've listened through all of the first 70 episodes. Go ahead and do it if you'd like to. But we're doing this in a way where it's kind of its own story. Think of the other half as a prequel to this. You know, you don't have to see it, but you can if you want to. Just wanted to throw that out there. So keep listening if you are concerned about that.
It's kind of like you decided, I don't want to watch through 500 episodes of One Piece. I'm just going to start watching after the time skip and just go straight to Fishman Island.
Or for those of you who aren't
choice.
anime people, it's
Yeah,
like you
that's
watch
what that's like. Yeah,
it's
definitely.
like you watch the 4, 5, and 6 of Star Wars without watching 1, 2, 3. You know, this analogy goes on forever.
It's like if you were to pick up a Junie B. Jones book, but any one of them.
Or
yeah,
New Testament before Old Testament. You know, there's a lot of different things we could go with.
You just compared to the Bible.
Maybe.
Yes.
That
our
is not the
story
first time, and it won't be the last, Olivia.
We are adding Bible reference to the TPG bingo, apparently.
Are we?
So,
Okay.
We
Well,
better.
it's
Oh
on
my
brand.
gosh.
It's on brand.
with all
So
that being
Sigil,
said,
you know,
is there anything you guys would like to do the night before you head to bed and head off to our tiny unnamed island?
Edward absolutely saunas it up. If anybody wants to join in, you're welcome. But he's saunaing, he's sleeping. He says hi to his mother. You know, just the norm.
Okay.
I finish my rounds of just making sure that the entire keep is fine. I should probably roll a thing real quick here. I will not sleep tonight.
Okay.
Nice.
Leshka's gonna find Abinthy and throw him into the planar rift because he can't be trusted.
I kill him.
He- Off to a great start.
Renaya goes to her room, looks
There's
at the
only room
map
for one.
for even freaking longer, even though she's gonna get nothing more from it, and then will eventually probably fall asleep sitting at some desk.
So you're sitting at your desk in your room.
Yeah.
So, after each of you go through your nightly routines, whatever you're gonna do, whether that's fixing planar portals, heating up the sauna. Yes, Leshka.
Now, legit though, actually, Leshka's gonna go and make sure the ship is prepped.
Okay. Members of the Dead King, or not the Dead King's Horde, Fate's Gambit. Where is the Dead King's Horde?
Hey Edward, where's
Yes.
where's that at?
I believe Triplewitz was the last one that saw it. Edward's in his towel right now.
We do
He's
have
like,
a
Triplewitz put it somewhere.
I was gonna say, didn't we say last episode it's docked just nearby, off a
well, yeah,
cliffside?
we're on Katin, so we have
Uh-huh.
those tall cliffs, and
Uh-huh.
so we built a dock off
Just
the
a-
cliffs.
off the top of the cliffs and it just
Yeah.
floats
That's
there.
so
That is
sick.
so cool.
Like
love
like
that.
Treasure Planet style.
And
That
then if
is
it falls
freaking
into
rad.
the water, so it's not where it's supposed to be.
That is really cool. Okay. Thanks, Grant. Sorry, Grant just wrote me a little message. You do that, Grant. Good job, buddy.
Grant, Edward weeps.
Edward just cries all night long. He just cries himself to sleep, like he does every single night.
Yeah.
So, you all go through your nightly routines. Leshka, you go and you check on the Dead King's Horde, get it prepped. You salute the skeletal crew that manages the ship. Triple Wits, you go about going through the rounds, making sure all the wards are strong, making sure that all the magics are strong. Still not quite sure what to do about the teleportation circle not really working. That's becoming a kind of a nuisance in the back of your mind as it's taking much longer than it probably should to fix. Edward, you go about going through your sauna routine, then you do your skincare. You take you got your makeup remover, then you have the concealer, and then you have all whatever the routine is. I saw someone the other day who was like how you should apply your skincare routine, and it was like 13 steps of different things that you like rub on your face, and I was like, wow, that's impressive. So if you have a legit skincare routine, good for you.
Look, like 80% of my job is reputation.
That's right.
So
Your face
gotta look
is
my
your
best.
your face is your job. Your face is your job.
Yeah.
Renaya, you look over the map that you got from the Scholar's Guide, trying to figure out where this could be and what it could look like, and you end up kind of falling asleep at your desk. In the night, Renaya,
Oh
you
no.
find it rather difficult to sleep, or actually not that you're actually asleep, but not difficult to sleep, but when you are asleep, you find it difficult for it to be peaceful, as you keep replaying this one memory over and over again in your mind. You are in the abyss. You have made your way from the keep. You know which keep. And you turn back and you just see him smile. That cruel, dreadful, evil smile. And you make your way and you think that you had the strength to do it. You think that you can make it to Grot's palace. But then you hear his words whispering in your mind. And you know that you can't go back. And with that, you wake up in a startle.
I summon Pockets. Sorry. You can keep sleeping. It's okay. She just kind of like cradles him and is just gonna snuggle him for a
Okay.
little bit.
Yes, Ebony.
Renaya would also hear from out the window of her tower the sound of footsteps and movement in the center courtyard.
Renaya slowly stands up, still holding Pockets, and is gonna go peek.
It's Aventhy.
Stop, Abby. No.
Yeah,
Up, dog.
Aventhy. So just a fun little layout tidbit of Gambit's Keep. In the center, there is a kind of a quadrisected square garden that has obviously fences up around the gardens. They're very well maintained because some of the plants are poisonous and incredibly deadly. Like there's at least one dragon flower somewhere in there.
Nice.
And then in the center of it, there is a big like obsidian plinth that has the names of everyone who died in the war on Athala.
Whoa, I didn't even know that. That's really cool.
Track's name is also on the bottom.
Oh.
Yeah, spoiler.
I'm sorry. I was actually reading the disc or the chat on Twitch. What about the flowers? I
Oh
missed
my
it.
gosh.
I'm sorry. I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
In
What
the
a
gardens,
touching
most of
moment.
them are fine, but some of them are incredibly deadly.
Uh-huh.
I think you
And
missed the part
currently,
about the obsidian.
Abinthy appears to be practicing. It's a weird form of like practicing with his staff, like combat, but it almost looks dance-like.
Mhm.
Just around the center of the obelisk.
Okay.
The plinth. Obelisk sounds very menacing. Plinth doesn't sound a lot better, but
Abinthy?
I assume you're in your like tower.
I'm like coming out of my room.
Oh.
I'm coming towards you, wherever you are.
Oh, gotcha.
She goes out into the plinth.
I come to you.
Yeah, he won't pause in mid stride. He will finish his dance. He is just wearing a simple like linen kind of tunic deal and very simple common pants. And you can actually see that there are like silvery scars that cover very thin ones that cover the majority of his body. But he will finish his. It probably takes about 5 to 10 minutes for him to finish his run through. And he says, Renaya, sorry, I didn't see you. Is everything all right? Is there anything I can help you with?
I mean, shouldn't you be sleeping?
Probably. I just had some bad dreams.
Well, you're not alone in that. Mind if I, like, join you?
Sure. I was just finishing up here. Could I... This is actually as good a time of any. I was hoping to talk to you and get to know you a little bit. Do you care for anything to drink? I know that Edward is very particular towards his tea. Don't tell him I'm really not a fan of tea in general. But I can make some for you. I've gotten pretty good at it. Or we also have coffee. We have chocolate.
I'm okay.
Water?
I
Okay.
don't need anything.
I'm going to get myself some water. That was...
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Oh, that's fine. Yes. Hydration is good.
It's very important.
She is like coddling. She has like pockets wrapped in a little blanket, and it's just like a
I
little
think
baby.
this would be the first time that Ebenthy has seen pockets. You know of minor demons and everything like that, but seeing pockets sucking his thumb as he's like curled in Renaya's arms is a new sight for you. It's not per se disturbing, but it's a new sight.
Abenthy performs this exact movement. He looks. He just goes about his business.
Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to.
Hey, look, I've seen weirder.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I will get some water. I know that Renaya said that she didn't want any, but I'm going to get her a glass of water too.
Good. Force her to hydrate. She doesn't take care of herself like she should.
Well, truth be told, I'm not very good at a lot of the whole conversation thing. I would love to get to know who you are. I know a lot of stories about you, but it's hard to differentiate what of those stories are true or false, or parts of them, anything along those lines. How do you want to go about it? Do you want to do a story swap? Do you want to, do you just want to, I don't know. I travel alone mostly. So I don't super know how this kind of normal conversation goes.
I mean, I'm probably going to be a bit rusty at it. I never was particularly good at it myself. I don't know. I mean, a lot of it depends on what stories you've heard, I guess.
All right. Well, how would you like to be addressed? 'Cause they have a lot of names for you. Just Renaya? Okay.
Just Renaya's fine.
Excellent. I'm glad, because if I would have to go through Queen of Darkness, it would just become very cumbersome over time. And there's so many names that I have like a long list. I'm glad that I can just cut it short to Renaya.
Yeah, Renaya's fine. Renaya covers most of them, so.
So, how do I want to start? Well, what do you like to do? Do you have hobbies? Who is the person behind the mask?
Renaya's favorite pastime is culling the weak.
I'm not a mask person. That was more of Cather's thing.
Ah, yes, I had heard. But still, what do you like? What are you? What's something that you're doing right now? I mean, not like right now, but in general.
I do a lot of studying on Arcana.
That's something we have in common. I would consider myself an arcanist.
I've heard. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just.
Oh, you're fine. Is everything all right? I know you said that you had a bad dream. Is there anything I can help with?
No, unfortunately. But what about you?
Anything that you could help me with in terms of dreams?
Well, I mean, what are your dreams about?
Just old memories. Things that I can't do anything about anymore.
You and I are very similar.
I really, frankly, hope that's not the case.
I think, unfortunately, it is.
What do you hope to do? I know that obviously we want to go get Katha. I say we. I don't think I should really include myself in this group yet. I'm just kind of here. But you want to go get Katha to what end? What do you... I know I don't want to intrude too much, but you were looking at your rod earlier. Trying to... What are you trying to uncover? I've found quite a few things in the past.
I mean, it's a very exhausting story.
I mean,
but
we've got all night.
I'm trying to get free again.
Get free again? So that would imply that you were at one point in time not free, and then you were free again, and then you are not free now.
Yes, that tracks.
Okay. I don't want to pry, frankly. I can understand that.
I'm sure if you stick around long enough, you'll know more than you want to.
Oh, there's no such thing as me knowing too much. I do love knowing things. Yeah.
I was going to ask about you. I mean,
What about me?
like,
I'm an open book. Missing most of my pages, but an open book.
what's made you stick around here with Edward so long?
Oh, well, as you know, I'm a tailor. So I travel often. I had heard tale first that Oclaron had fallen to the forces of evil, or whatever you want to call them. And Athala especially had been taken down, but which was a very sad thing for me. I had traveled to Athala many times in the past. Most cities are fine with tailors for a while, but our welcome is often limited to a set amount of time, and Athala was normally very cordial. So I was sad to hear it had fallen. Then one day I heard that a mighty group of heroes had sieged Athala and brought orcs from the Scarlet Wastes and done many great feats. Of course, I had heard some other scattered tales of you, but I figured I don't know if these heroes would get the reward that they deserve, and at minimum, my services may be of use. So I decided to come here and help in whatever way I could. Mr. Fellows was kind enough to allow me to help with the construction and enchantment of the keep, and I have been here since.
And what are you working towards? What's your end goal?
Oh, the end goal of a tailor. It's a question that I have pondered for a very long time. But, I don't know. I suppose it would be nice to get back on the road again. Tailors aren't meant to sit idle for too long. So, I suppose that this accomplishes, or at least attempts to accomplish both of our goals. But I don't have a perfect future. I would like to meet Katha and the rest of Fate's Gambit and all of your friends. I've heard, as I said, I know a lot of stories about you, but it's rare that I get to hear them direct from the source.
It'll be interesting.
What? Meeting Katha or traveling or?
Finding Cather.
I mean, how much trouble could he really be in? Seems like an upright fellow. Seems very prudish, from what I've heard. That's what Edward describes him as. Very ramrod, straight-backed, looking forward with an indecipherable accent.
Have you heard about his traps?
That is the first thing and the last thing of every conversation. Even the stories that aren't told by Edward at least include some reference. I heard at one point in time he deflected a whole javelin just with his traps. Is that true?
Probably. The one that sticks out in my mind is when he just chucked a whole cannon.
A whole cannon.
Didn't even use the cannon, just chucked it.
Just
That's
overhead,
kinda
just
what
like
happened.
throwing a bale of hay.
Yeah.
Oh, incredible. You know, I don't think enough people give credit to physical strength. A lot of times magic tends to overshadow physical aspects of things. They think that magic is incredible, and then you have people full on throwing cannons overhead, and to me that seems as just as much magic as anything I could do. I couldn't throw a cannon over my head.
This is
Maybe
Aaron,
even with magic.
This is Aaron promoting his D&D campaign, his D&D agenda right here.
Yeah.
Give
Magic
melee fighters-
casters down, melee fighters up.
This is propaganda.
Represent. It absolutely is, and I will stand by it.
Cather is the heart of what was Fate's Gambit.
Oh, you're still Fate's Gambit.
Well, I didn't know about that.
Well, the people still believe you to be.
It's been a long time. A lot's
Oh.
changed.
That's the nice thing about stories, is even though time may distort them somewhat, as long as there's someone telling them, in some way they're true. One of the first times I heard about Fate's Gambit was actually maybe 4 years ago, give or take. I was obviously doing my tailor gig in a small town just south of the Othloranian border. And at that point in time, bandits attacked the town. Everyone went into root cellars and bunkers, and people went off to fight. And, well, there was a father and child there, and one of the most important things in this type of situation is to, well, maintain silence, so that way they don't know where the citizens are hiding. If the fighting goes south, the child was crying for help, and the father, who wasn't able to assist with the combat due to previous injuries, was attempting to quiet them. He started off with stories of himself, of when he was younger and strong and fighting off the monsters. But as time passed, he began to run out of stories, and other people started to jump in. And eventually it hit the local barkeep, a kind older woman. And she began to tell stories of this group of heroes that flew across the world in a magic boat, with lightning and fire and magics of old, and of course descriptions of each of the party members, the upright, righteous paladin of justice who protected the weak and was kind to the poor, and one of the few nobles who actually had the people's heart in his mind, who, although maybe not powerful, held much sway over the people. There was a vicious but kind orc with them, carrying a massive hammer, a spear that could call down lightning. There's a lot of lightning in old stories. And then there was, there was you. At that time, she described you as the cleric torn between, one who consorted with gods and demons, held the powers of life and death, one in each hand, who, although terrifying, frightening, would never harm a soul that wasn't in need of it. Eventually, the fighting stopped. Thankfully, they were able to fend off the bandits and keep hold of their town, and no one got too seriously injured. But I kept my ear out for Tales of Fate's Gambit. They were always some of my favorite stories over the past 4 years. And I still hear those stories to this day. I travel down to various cities and stop in at bars and do my business. And some of them I tell, and some of them I hear. I often take stories for trade, especially if they're ones that I haven't heard before. But no, the people still know Fate's Gambit, and they still refer to you as the Hope, even if you haven't been seen together for the past several years.
Interesting.
I think so. I think they're good stories. So how much is true? Did you truly? It's changed depending on the story that's told. Some of them describe it as you managed to, using your wiles and wit, managed to seduce and ensorcel each member, like each Lord of the Abyss, in various different ways, and you have them tokens tied to your belt that allow you to evoke their true name and hold power over them. In others, it's that you use the force of the gods to tie them down into their thrones of power, and you would not let them go until they had sworn allegiance to you. Do you even do any? I mean, I know that you have that little creature there, but do you do like demon stuff, or is that just for show?
Do I do demon stuff?
Well, you know.
So you know about like the demon princes and all that?
I know who, I mean, like, I don't, for the most part, I haven't met most of them. But I know who they are.
Okay. DJ.
The messages in the Zoom chat are
nobody
wild
mind.
to
This is
chat.
all behind the scenes. Continue as usual, you know.
I mean, it's not as
It's not a.
showy as I guess what you were told.
I really like the belt thing. I was kind of. I noticed that you don't have tokens. I was really
No,
hoping
I
that you just
don't.
didn't bring them with you today.
I don't.
It's a bummer.
I mean, I was with a demon prince. and then I wasn't, and then I became one.
Oh. So, just to be clear, I want clarification. One,
Sure.
when you say with a demon prince, were you just like hanging out in the same room as a demon prince and then you left and then you came back?
No.
Okay. You were like with a demon prince.
I was like with a demon
Like-
prince.
like with a demon prince.
Like with a demon prince.
All right.
Edward gets uncomfortable.
That's kind of icky.
All right, and then now, I don't want to gloss over that last bit. Did you say you are a demon prince?
Yes.
Should I refer to you as
No.
or my lady,
Renaya.
referring to you
Just
as
Renaya.
Lady Renaya?
Please, just Renaya.
Okay. I will do as you have asked.
Please.
My lady.
Milady.
Um,
Abinthy does wear a hat. He can tip
it's
it.
true. He has like a little dumpy little bucket hat.
he really does kind of have a bucket
Is
hat.
that true?
It
A
is. That's what it
bucket hat?
is.
That's
yeah, it's
awesome.
a
Oh,
gross
that's
little
awesome.
bucket hat.
Can we have fan art of Abinthy,
my
but he's like a
gosh.
surfer boy with a bucket hat?
Or just a
Milady.
bucket on his head.
Just
Just
a
like
bucket.
a Home Depot bucket. It's
Yeah.
on his head.
All right. So how are you? That's what. I don't. Once again, stop me if I'm prying too far. What's your title? Do you have one? Like, what demon prince are you? Do you get a new one? Is the old demon prince still there? Or did you
I
subsume
didn't
his power?
I didn't like replace any of them. If
Oh,
I'm
so you're just a new one.
I'm beneath another.
So like a duke or duchess of a kingdom,
Sure.
like
yeah.
a noble in the realm.
I
Excellent,
mean,
excellent.
if you want to put it nicely, sure.
I do like putting things nicely. I noticed that it tends to smooth things over a tad.
Mm.
Well, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
I hope that goes well for you.
Could be
Is that-
better.
Well, yes. I assume that it isn't all rainbows and sunshine. They don't even have the sun down there.
No.
Well, it seems like this is kind of a touchy subject for you, and I apologize for bringing it up. But I'm no prince or anything of any kind of demon or devil thing, but I've worked with multiple different demons and devils in the past. It wouldn't be
Work.
Look, you won't be. I won't treat you any differently. This is the same as always. So, don't worry about that.
All right. You should probably get some rest.
Yes, I probably should, but I tend to find that on nights like this, the dreams will just continue to be there if I go back. So, it's all right. I can get some sleep tomorrow.
At this point, Pockets stretches a little bit, and then he crawls up so he has his arms like wrapped around your neck, Renaya, and then sleeping on like your shoulder instead of like in your arms.
That's an adorable little thing. Kind of disgusting, but it's adorable in that like pug way.
This is Pockets.
Where, like, That's kind of gross, and it probably can't breathe well. But man, is it adorable!
His name is Pockets.
Pockets. It's a good name. He will move his hand a little bit, kind of like he's puppeteering something, and Thimble will walk across the floor and crawl up onto his shoulder. Says, "This is Thimble. It has no mind of its own. It's a puppet that I use to entertain children often and assists me so. But that's This is Thimble. I call him Tim. Little Tim, depending on how adorable I want him to be.
That's very sweet.
Thimble nods and then puts his hands together and shakes. Yes, well, I suppose we're in for a rather long morning. Want to help me walk the grounds and check things over? The tales tell you as someone very knowledgeable of the arcane.
I dabble.
And I noticed you like summoned Malice back there, right?
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, I could definitely use your input when it comes to trying to figure out how in the world I'm supposed to kind of stop things from coming through this inner planar portal.
Right.
If you're willing.
I mean, I'm happy to help in whatever way. I do want to make sure that I get back when Edward is waking up.
Oh, Edward loves his beauty rest, so I don't think you'll have too much of a problem with that. And it's in the castle grounds. I'm not going to deal with the whole planar rift situation. Just seeing if I can shore up the defenses surrounding the teleportation circle.
Sure.
Great, excellent. I'll lead Renai to the circle and we'll...
Okay. Yeah, you guys...
We'll do our magic.
You guys mess with magic. Go ahead and just make... Either both of you make Arcana checks or one of you make one with advantage.
do you want to do it or do you want me to do it?
Let's both do it.
Sick.
Natural 20.
Oh, thank God, because I only got an 18 total. So
that would be funnier than 24. It's 25.
Very nice. Ebony, you are very, very happy to have Renaya's advice. Even though she comes at the Arcana domain from a religious standpoint, it adds a different viewpoint of the weave.
It's like when you've been staring at the same piece of paper for so long that you're like, I know everything about this. I've read through it all. And then someone's like, you forgot to carry the 2. And you're like, oh!
Yeah, it's very much kind of similar to like when like you're both, the goal is to build a rocket, but you have an astronomer versus a physicist, you know? Like they both know what they're doing. They're both talking about the same thing, but they're like very much expertise in different viewpoints of it.
This isn't rocket science, people.
It's
just advanced magic, you know? Unfortunately, however, while you have a number of theories that you guys developed onto why this could be happening and potential solutions for this, outside of completely recasting the circle for another year, you can't get anything to work in this brief session. It might, maybe with a little bit of extra effort in a future session when you have some more time and resources to dedicate towards this, you might be able to get one of those theories or potential solutions to help fix the teleportation circle. But outside of a hard reset at the moment, you're not quite sure exactly what's causing it to go wrong and exactly what would need to be fixed on it. So that's creating a lot of difficulties. But eventually you guys either take a break for the night or return, or Renaya decides that she actually does want to try and get some sleep again, or for whatever reason you guys go your separate ways, and eventually the dawn does come. In the morning, what would everybody like to do?
I need to find Edward.
You go find Edward, girl.
I knock on Edward's door.
Did Edward... Okay. No, you did not.
Okay. Yeah, what time is this? Dawn? Straight up? That's like what? 6:37?
Let's see. What time do I canonically want this to be? What season? We're gonna go with...
Oh my gosh.
We're gonna go with fall. So dawn is a solid, like, what? Probably like
Great
7.
question.
Sure.
Dawn is about like 6 o'clock right now, so I'm gonna say in the fall it's about 7.
You hear some creaking, the bed, you hear some jingling, I guess, as he gets some clothes on. And he opens the door, and he's like, "Oh, Renaya,
Hi.
what a pleasant surprise.
Good morning.
Are we planning on leaving this early?"
No, I wanted to see if you wanted to do some music hours.
Music hours. Oh,
Also,
like the old days.
Pockets.
You still have a ritual.
Pockets wants to say hi
Ah, yes, Pockets. Where is he?
in my arms.
He's been
Oh.
like waving at you this whole time, and you looked over him so many times. At this point, he's just like,
Yes. Good morning. And he's like hesitantly pats him on the head, like reeling back a little bit.
like a puppy dog that hasn't been pet in a while.
Mhm.
He like kind of like leans into it until you like take his hand away, and he almost falls before catching himself.
Ah, yes, just as cute as ever, that one. Well, to be honest, I haven't played my lute in an awfully long time, but I do have it here. I keep it here in my room. If you would like to do your ritual or whatever you do in the mornings, I suppose I can try to crank out some melody.
Okay. Is that okay though? Like,
Sure. I mean, honestly, I've already slept in. Most of the time, I'm being woken up by somebody who needs something anyways, so I've had my rest. He shuffles over to grab his lute, yawns a bit, and he sits down and starts, plucking something slow but peaceful. And he just takes a deep breath in, and then he breathes out, and he's like, honestly, Renaya, this is nice.
yeah.
I'm surprised you're not actually plucking something low and slow.
Yeah, do you want me to?
Of course.
While Grant grabs this, some people may say, well, if he hasn't played in so long, why is it in tune? Abinthy tunes it religiously. Every
Honestly,
day.
this might be out of tune, so we'll see. He just does something. Actually, let me capo this.
Oh.
We're gonna bring it a little higher, yeah. He does something like this.
Oh.
Can you hear it?
Oh.
Oh, it is a little out of tune. Stuff like that. He just says, oh, sorry it's not in tune, but sometimes life is a little messy, you know?
In the distance, you can feel Ebenthy shed a single tear.
I
forgot
feel
it
it
yesterday because of the events.
He's like, Abinthy has told me he likes the lute in particular. I've never played for him, though, It kind of extends beyond a professional relationship. So, what are you doing in this morning? It's nice to have some time to not have to think about everything going on, but, I mean, what, you just want company?
I just thought it'd be nice.
Okay, I think it's nice and all. Before you had, the ritual, didn't you not have to do that after a while?
Yeah, I don't have to do it.
I remember you used to meditate. Do you still do that?
Every now and then.
Who
I was
is
going-
this
I was-
woman?
Exactly.
I was gonna do it while you played your music. That was okay.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. It's just been a while. I've seen you in passing a few times. It's been a few years and a lot can happen. Not to bring up anything particularly, difficult so early, but you mentioned Grotz is no longer a thing. Could be good or bad, I guess. He was a demon prince. But of course. I'm just curious what you've been up to. After that whole saga. You gotta give me something. Come on, Renai.
I don't know. What do you want me to give you?
I'm just curious where you've been and what you've been doing. I mean, it's been 3 years.
Well, I mean, I stuck around here for a while, first year.
Okay.
Year after that was that. I was in the abyss. for
Okay,
pretty
still
much
with
all of that.
still with Grotz.
Part of it.
Okay. You had your own room. I knew that much.
At the palace, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you spent time in the fortress. That's all well and good. You spent time in the abyss for a year. You know, we all have our places we like to live. I wouldn't pick the abyss, but I get it. You know, you're there with Grotz. You're comfortable with it. I'm sure Quasit, or what's its name? Pockets. I'm sure he had a great time. And then now you're back looking after Ruat again. What could have possibly sparked that?
I didn't get to stay with Grotz.
Oh, you were kicked out? Like, it didn't work out
wasn't-
kind of thing?
I wasn't kicked out.
You left. Now that's
didn't.
something.
I didn't leave.
Okay, so you weren't... You didn't leave Grotz, and you
I mean,
weren't told
technically,
to leave
yes, I
Grotz.
did leave, but not because I chose to leave.
Edward's brain trying to compute all this as numbers like fly
Trying to be
around him
sensitive
and,
here, you know,
and
I get
letters.
it. Okay, so it was complicated. I see. You had to leave for some odd reason. Don't tell me it was Fae related.
No, it wasn't Fae related.
That's good. Anything Fae related, count me out, you know? So you had to leave the abyss. There was some drama. Where
no.
did you go? You've just been
I
here
was
ever
in the
since the whole
abyss.
year? You're not making any sense.
You're okay, Edward. I was taken.
Not this again, Malice.
Not
Not
Malice.
Malice. Not Grotz.
Not Grotz.
Don't tell me it's that old pesky demon.
Not that
Coming
one,
back.
no, not that one.
And, well, we know it wasn't... Oh, what was his name? We know it wasn't Qatar, because we know what happened to him.
And the Qatars are Fae anyway, so
Oh, true, and it wasn't Faye. Okay.
it wasn't Fae. We're
Time
crossing
for
it
a
out.
game
We're
of
narrowing
who
it down.
kidnapped Renaya this time. I'm going to put my bet on... let me think. Let's see, you are in the abyss. I got it. One of the other demon lords got jealous. Uh-oh, gotcha. Turns out Renaya is now with this other demon prince in the abyss. No? It's not it? I'm trying here. Sorry, I'm not trying to make jokes. It's just...
Oh, I'm a bone. God dang it.
I'm really trying here. You
Look,
don't have to tell me. You
I-
know, this is the first time we've seen each other in 3 years. I know it's been probably tough. I've been through
I
it
would much
myself.
rather relax and just listen to your music this morning, if that's alright.
That's fine. That's fine. And, well, we can pretend like nothing has happened over these last 3 years, and we're just back on the plains, wondering what the heck is going to happen the next day,
Okay,
right?
you know what? Maybe this was a bad idea. I'm gonna go, do something in my room. And Renai gets up and leaves.
Pockets definitely stays.
That was unexpected.
Pockets just goes up and pats your calf and
Pockets.
then just sits next to you and rests his head on your calf. Edward.
Pockets.
Edward
Pockets.
Edward doesn't, wait, is Renaya trying to get Pocket's attention?
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
He-
Edward doesn't react to Pockets, actually. He just kind of looks down at Pockets and, pats him gently.
Pockets looks up at you with the biggest, like, saucer eyes you've ever seen before slowly standing up and then making his way, crawling on all fours to Renaya.
Renai scoops him up and tells him, Pockets, you can spend as much time with Edward on the ship as you want, but I need you to do me a favor, okay? Okay, come on. And then she'll take
Renai,
him back
wait.
to the room. What?
Renaya,
What?
I really wasn't trying to step on your toes.
I know.
We're all stressed. It's okay, I'm happy to see you.
I'm happy to see you too.
Please stay.
Fine.
Dang
Nice.
But we're not talking anymore about this,
points.
okay?
Fine by me. And later we can get some crumpets. Have you ever tried a
It
crumpet?
scurries over to Edward
Set up.
and crawls up into his lap between him and the loot, and just like curls up into like his stomach.
Oh, like old times. Scene.
So, you guys spend the morning going about your business, hanging out, talking. I'm just gonna assume that Abinthy and Leshka do their thing, get things ready.
Magic.
Magic. You guys all put yourself
Tea.
on the hull of the Dead King's Sword, not the hull, the deck. That'd be impressive if you guys were just hanging on to the hull.
Just the whole
Somebody's got to
To
try and
port
compete for
side.
those traps of Cathars, you know.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
We have to
but you guys-
manually move the rudder.
That's right.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. But you guys find yourself on the deck of the Dead King's Horde. The four of you, along with the skeleton crew. Although the skeleton crew is actually only doing things that they can do below deck, as they can only be out during the night. But you guys have begun making your way across the continent. If you remember, you have to head towards the region of Lasania, a small oceanic island region. And in the northwest portion of that region is this small, tiny, uninhabited island. It's unnamed, that you guys must head to. And so
We know it well.
What's the name?
You-
You gave us a name last week. I
I
remember what it
It's
was.
like
What was the name?
Erebora.
Erebora.
Yes.
no.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
It's the Dead King's Horde.
Erebora.
Let me double check. Shouldn't have a name.
Bro, let me grab my notes.
We need Wander the
Let-
Lore
We're
I- let
Master.
pulling
me-
up the
No,
VOD.
hold on. Hold on.
Hold
on.
We gotta get that
Hold on.
fandom running, guys.
Hold on.
We can lock
Hold
this down.
Hold.
You know,
Hold.
all it takes is go to the fandom.
Hold.
You're like, type in Erebora, boom, it tells you.
Hold
One
on.
day.
My favorite
Right.
part about this is I get to hear Lydia move the chair across the floor in real time because she's right above me.
Oh yeah, your rooms are like,
Yeah.
you know,
What episode
Aurora
was that? in?
Borealis.
It
Somebody
was
says.
chapter 2, episode 1.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, the actual thing?
Yeah.
That was
Do we have to
episode.
know?
This
Yes.
is important,
This
man.
is important for the
Important.
lore, Grant.
What episode was that? Drew, what episode was that when you guys went and got the Dead King's Sword? It's like what, 60, 55? 50?
It was when Havel,
Okay, it was before that.
It was.
Um,
I mean, it was like in the 50s. I think.
I don't know anything about last
Was-
chapter. I just know that last week you said the word Erebora when referring to this island.
I did not.
But if it
Erebora.
isn't, if you don't want it to be called that, that's fine.
Well, I don't
No.
remember it
Call
having a
can we
name,
call it
but it could. I guess.
TUI or Toy for short. Tiny uninhabited island. Toy. There you go. I
Tui.
fixed the problem. It's
Tui.
kind of funny. The Toy
The island of
Island.
Tui.
It's a double entendre. Toy Island.
Watatui.
It's small and it's an acronym.
Why do they call it that? What? Ratatouille.
Watatui.
Ah, that toy.
What's up, guys? I just want to
Shout
real
out
quick
French
plug
people.
the plug the Discord. If you're not in there, what are you doing with your time?
Shout out
together.
Culinary Rats.
Yep. Anyone named Remy?
Anyone, if you're named Remy, comment below.
Or anyone named Linguini?
That is
Mm.
actually his name. I feel like, well,
Linguini.
it's an interesting-
Erebora, tiny island portal for ship.
There you go. I
You
thought it was
guys are
named
silly.
Erebora.
It's Aradoa. Thank you very much.
You told
Erebora?
us, you literally told us Erebora, and then you were like, oh wait, it's Eradoa.
It says,
Wait.
But
I
you'd
know you
already
can't
said
actually read it. It says
Erebora
Doa.
forever.
Doa.
Wait,
You said-
mean
You said Erebora.
Eradoa. Wait,
This
you
is
mean
your doing, my
you
guy.
mean the kind of snake that like constricts?
Not a boa, like a doa.
Wait, I thought that was the thing that you wrapped around your neck with all the feathers.
No,
that's
not
a
a boa.
boa. Still.
That's also a boa. I'm gonna wrap one around your neck.
Ooh, threats.
Dang.
Yes,
Aradoa.
Aradoa. I thought it didn't have a name, but
Good work,
it's just
guys.
a tiny
We
uninhabited
really
island.
got
I suppose it's
there.
not nameless.
We got there. We got there. Proud of us.
We did it.
See you
Let's
guys
see,
next
we're-
week.
It's nice having you on the stream.
You guys have about 3 weeks to a month of travel to go through.
Oh my gosh, again? That's a lot. Wait, we
You
have a
guys gotta go
teleportation
along with. You have to
circle,
go
right?
across the continent and then across the ocean.
Oh god.
The only reason it's that fast because you're going on a flying ship. So that being said, anything you guys want to talk about?
Mine's really fast.
Okay.
Everything I want to do at any
Mine's
point.
so upset. Lydia, pick a
So-
time and date when you want to do it.
Day 3.
Day 3, morning or evening?
But the evening.
Evening. So, on day 3 of your travels, you've been making your way over the plains of. Well, actually, you'd probably be heading past La Stella. You guys been making your way over the jungled, very thick forested lands of La Stella, the home of the Horned Elves. Every once in a while, you can see one of their small cities. They have a lot of really small cities that kind of make a network more so than like a massive metropolitan area. Every once in a while, you'll see one running around, hunting, stuff like that. You see their long, elegant horns. You guys do happen to notice there's a group of Horned Elves that you see. They look to be, probably 23 or so. Which means that they're probably younger than like 100, I'm guessing, which to that culture and society means they're like teenagers, they're like babies. And much like braces, you see that they have these intricate wire cables that make their way through their horns that kind of like bonsai trees shape their horns into the specific shapes. For those of you who don't know, you guys would have known this from talking to Kiamura, but Horned Elves, when they're in their youth, they will shape their horns to be as unique and extravagant as they want, and have their own shape and desire. And then once they turn 100, they officially enter society as adults into their country, and that's when they get their tattoos. There's a number of cultural tattoos that have different subjects, and so the tattoos are all fairly similar to each other in different shapes and forms. But the horns are all always extremely unique. It's how they express their individuality. So yeah, you see a small group of young Horned Elves, and you can see the wires glinting in their horns as you pass over them.
Do any of them like dye their horns? I'm just curious.
It's a more recent trend. Typically, they're not overly extravagant with the colors. It's more in the shape and the different styles with that shape.
Okay.
But you have seen that some of them are starting to like stain the tips kind of a little bit. They'll have them
frosted tips.
Well,
There's a
I mean,
boy
one is
band
white,
of
so
horned or horned elves that all have the like
Kool-Aid
frosted
dip dye?
tips. They have
Well,
frosted
with the
tips,
advent
but
of-
it's
with-
antlers.
With the advent of Sixth Wave emo, alternative style Horned Elves have become increasingly common.
Yeah,
But-
back path boys.
Nightfall does eventually fall, and Renaya, who do you grab? What you doing, girl? What's going on?
I grabbed Puckets.
Okay.
And
Buckets is lounging on so on the Dead King's Hoard, there's a massive skeleton that reaches up to hold the pole that comes out of the front of the ship. Pocket's just like lounging on that pole, just enjoying the cool breeze, hanging out.
so Renaya has done this before with Pockets.
Okay.
It's not like super frequent that she does it, but like when she tells him to do this, like he knows what she's talking about. So what she does is she takes like a tiny piece of paper
Okay.
and she draws a little heart on it,
Okay.
and then she calls Pockets over. Pockets, 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 Pocket.
Touches a toe, touches another toe, stretches wide.
Neither of them were his toes.
No, they're just toes that he has on a necklace that he carries around.
Ew.
Oh.
What the heck?
I don't
Nah,
like
That's
that.
canon now. That's canon.
No.
He comes crawling over.
Okay. I need you to go find somewhere, tuck it in the palace. But remember, don't get caught, don't get seen, okay? Keep it
And then
hidden
just-
too. Okay. That's
Nice.
all.
Great.
And he's just sweeping along the deck of the ship.
Is there anything else that you guys would like to do over your time of travel?
I would like to specify real quick that prior to leaving, Edward made sure that Niefendil, unless there was somebody else nearby, maybe a worker or something like that, probably not his mother, honestly. He wants to make sure a message gets to Sam, his faithful receptionist, to that he will be gone for a couple months, which comes, that's a shocking amount of time when you're trying to run the reconstruction of a city and facilitate the building of the biggest building project in Akron. But it should be fine. Sam can handle it.
Sam's very competent.
And
right.
he makes sure that a lot of the executive power, I guess, goes towards Charles. So, sorry, Charles, but you're kind of taking over for me for like 2 months or however long this takes. So, there you go.
A little, as this is going in, there's a little bubble that pops up on the screen of just Sam sprinting to Charles going, he's gonna be gone for 2 months! What are we gonna do?
What are we gonna do? And so that happens.
What was that? No. Hold
Wait,
on.
I'm
What
pretty sure
was
that's
that?
I'm pretty sure that's
Well,
a
what
meme.
are we gonna do?
I'm pretty sure it's a meme. It's supposed to be funny.
I mean, maybe a
that's
meme
how
in Grant's
memes are. And then, while they're on the ship, he'll probably honestly spend most of his time hanging with Abinthy, quote unquote hanging.
Mhm.
Sharing
Keep
some
it professional.
cordial conversation, sharing some
Very
stories.
business professional.
Yeah, maybe talking about, some interesting thoughts on Arcana or whatever else, which Abinthy clearly has more knowledge on, but Edward
Yeah.
enjoys the topic. So, stuff like that. When Abinthy's not working, he hangs around him.
yeah.
So.
Abinthy also brought his luggage, which consists of one way too big backpack, which is literally just a slab of wood and another slab of wood to make a 90-degree shelf, and then 3 massive wooden spools covered with random fabrics and clothing on the different spools, and then just like a sword, a frying pan, just random other amenities stuck into the hole of the spools. And then one of them is cushioned, and that's where Thimble sleeps. Except Thimble can't sleep because Thimble isn't alive. But it acts like it's sleeping because it's cuter.
Oh, that is so good. I forgot about Thimble. That is so good. That's so
Leshka?
anime.
Yeah. You'll notice that the pack levitates to an extent, so that way he's not hauling around like 1,000 pounds of wood.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Leshka, do you do
Abinthy
anything?
sometimes doesn't sleep. It's apparent that is the fact, but that happens sometimes. What about Leshka? What's Leshka doing?
Dragon.
Leshka's just okay. So the first couple of days you don't actually see Leshka, because he's too busy,
Visible.
like seasick, or
Nice.
Oh
Sick.
yeah, I forgot about that.
So
What's your breath weapon?
fire.
Do you sometimes just throw fire over the edge?
Yes, 100%.
100%.
Do you
So
use, like,
so
a mouthwash
but
or a
after
particular mint to change the smell?
yeah
Dragonfire.
yeah. Well, he uses prestidigitation, to
It's not axe, it's ash.
But yeah, no.
Barbarian's favorite
After the
body
first
spray.
couple days, he seems very jovial, very talkative to everyone, especially Abinthy. He's very intrigued by Abinthy. I imagine very often the two of them just pace like the deck of the ship, just trading stories of like things that they've heard of or encountered themselves.
You can tell that Abinthy is not trying to avoid you, but definitely like, I don't want to talk to this person too much for my own personal reasons.
I would imagine Edward's presence helps. You know, when you
Yeah,
have
I'm
three
like-
people.
I'm like, oh, I'm terribly sorry, but there's Edward, and we just have so much
Oh.
work to go over.
And to be
over.
fair, Leshka, it's not to the point of like being super annoying. Leshka can read people's minds,
Yeah.
so he
Leshka literally
knows.
can get the vibe. You can do a vibe check.
He knows when people are just okay, leave me alone, please. So then, if when that's the case, he just kind of hangs out by at like the bow of the ship, just kind
By
of
himself.
just kind of like taking it all in, you know.
It's like Cather, but instead of brooding, he's just smiling.
Oh no, like it's always a smile on his face.
It's a constant.
Yeah, it's like a kid.
Something about the mouth slightly open smile.
Occasionally a bug flies in and just.
I think Edward would
Leshka,
also.
you are
Sorry,
reminded
go
every
ahead.
once in a while. I will. Thank you, Grant. You are reminded every once in a while of a certain changeling from your past that you used to spend quite a bit of time with, who went off to go
Do a
try
thing.
and find something and never came back.
Never came back. Yep.
After Cedric, you know, there's
Yeah.
nothing like him.
He tried
Can't-
messaging once and he didn't get a reply. So
No soul. That was the.
Ooh,
the
that's
one
awkward.
fatal flaw.
Wow. Okay, way to drop that one on me. All right.
But anyway, Abenthy will reset up his prep spells like contingency and stuff like that. Just in the meantime, I figured I should mention that he recasts them every 10 days. So
And I would also like to mention that I think Edward will make a point to spend time with Renaya in the mornings. You know, sure, he'll let the Quasit cuddle him or whatever. Maybe, and then dinner,
He
I'd
has
imagine
a
they all kind of
name.
get together.
He has an
Cool.
emote, Grant.
Yeah.
that's more
Yeah,
than I
what
can
was it, like-
say.
It was like satchel or some kind of carrying
backpack. It was backpack.
Backpack.
holster,
Yeah.
backpack.
That's what
backpack.
it was.
Our favorite
are both
closet
purple.
backpack.
Fanny
Yes.
pack.
Fanny.
Oh my gosh, Fanny pack, yes.
Fanny.
Fanny the closet.
Yeah, but he intentionally gets his name wrong and he thinks it's funny. But he's not being mean.
You
he's-
break, you visibly break Pocket's heart every single
Oh,
time you
no, okay. Maybe he'd stop after a couple days because he can't bring himself to do it.
After a couple days. Oh man. Bam. And then we show up at the place.
I
Oh,
will
point.
message Cather
Oh,
occasionally.
T.
Don't
This is
go
T.
anywhere.
You message Cather. What do you say, girl?
I mean, there's gonna be several messages, and it's just gonna be like, "Are you still
Well-
alive?"
Okay.
Yes, I'm still alive.
You didn't do it in the accent. We haven't
Yeah.
heard Cather's
Hold on.
accent this whole
Doesn't
time.
sound like Cather. Who are you?
Oh, I do think I'm still alive now.
There you
Oh,
go.
so
You
many
guys got it
doors.
from Aaron.
Okay,
there you
okay,
go.
okay. This is the daily, like not the daily message. Hi, Cather. It's Renaya. Can you hear me? Are you alive? Please respond. Use your words carefully.
Don't be like
We're-
Kimura.
We're coming for you, in a non-ominous way.
Non-ominous.
Non-ominous.
In a non-ominous.
Oh,
What's a
I'll be waiting for you in the city of doors.
Wait, did you hyphen non-ominous?
Non-ominous is one word. Yeah, 'cause it's hyphen.
Non-ominous way. There we go.
Deal.
Wait, there you go. Perfect. It all
Deal.
works out.
Aaron will give it to you.
I'll,
Deal.
And Cather?
I don't know. Aaron seems really
I'll
stoked.
be waiting for you in the
No,
city of doors.
no.
Don't you know?
Give me Cather, or give me death.
This is a threat.
Then perish. That one. I've been waiting years to say that.
On Drew.
We broke him.
Say something funny.
Okay. Hi, Renaya. I'm still alive. Nothing's really changed. There's lots of people around. Why are you coming again?
That wasn't as funny as I thought it'd be.
I think it's hilarious.
Lost Cather. Cather Eben lost.
So, like 3 weeks into the trip, Cather says this. You guys are like 4 days from getting to your island.
I
and
feel like that would have been
showing
the
up.
first one, like on the first message.
No. It's funnier this way. For now.
It's streamlined
Hey.
traveling by now.
Cather has no clue why you're coming. What do you say?
This
Okay.
dude.
I do it again.
I mean, to be fair, they never told him.
Cather. So, honestly, where are we going? What's happening? Oh,
Cather, honestly,
need
why
to-
are we
Yeah.
going?
Now he's having a breakdown during the spell. This is definitely canon.
have you talked to your gods lately?
Oh my god.
That's lately.
How many words do I have left? I've
How
lost
many?
track.
There's 10, 2?
Something like that.
Okay, buddy.
Have you talked to your gods lately? Awkward pause. Okay.
Please tell me they get the tone of the voice right. So like
You basically
"Have
hear
you talked to
exactly
your
what she's saying.
gods lately?"
Yeah, no.
So
You hear all the
exasperated.
pauses. You hear. It's like you open a cell phone and leave a recorded message in their mind. Is what it
I've
is.
been
It's like-
spending
on
most
your
of the
cell
Pantheon in
phone.
my spare time.
I wonder what's on the other end of that rainbow.
Oh,
Sorry,
we
is
have to
that
go.
is that
Aaron, you're
offensive?
killing
I'm
me.
so sorry, Cather. I submit a formal apology. Rainbows aren't funny.
Shut up.
Not entirely recently, no. Which ones are you trying to talk to? Also, I'm still alive. I'm still
You guys
surrounded
need
by
to
doors.
Invest your vast fortune into a set of sending stones.
All right. I'm gonna cast it one more time.
We spent a lot
I
of
like to
time
imagine this is the next
building
day.
Castle, DJ. Those are
Sending
custom
stones are not
carved.
expensive.
Those
Cather?
are custom carved
We're bleeding.
blocks.
Look, some things are a little weird now, but we'll talk about it when we see you. We miss you.
Okay. Sounds good. Probably better that way. Miss you too. Can't wait to see you.
XOXO Gossip Girl.
I was
That
just
had,
waiting
like-
for him to be like, okay, talk to you later, bye, and just like not say miss you or it's nice to hear from you or anything like
I
that.
love you.
That
Yeah,
had
but-
like
I
miss
miss
you.
you.
that had like
What
Jack
just
Attack
happened?
vibes, like Kari calling like there are some weird things going on, Mrs.
That's
Carr. Sorry.
This is
So, you guys spend the next several days making your way to Eridoa.
Erebora.
I'm going to stay.
Aurora Borealis.
Around me.
Surround.
Find your way into the cove that Captain
Megan
Eremaeus
Argos.
Seacast.
Yeah,
Megan
Argos.
Argos.
Megan.
Good job, Lydia.
The
Good
other
job.
Megan died.
I
The other
only
Megan
remembered
died.
because I forgot to pay her.
Megan with an H
Oh,
died.
yes.
This is Megan without the H, I believe.
Yes, where Captain Argos left you guys as you guys were being chased by members of the Seven Churches, which never really came to fruition. You don't really know what happened to those guys. But you make your way
Man.
into the cove, behind the waterfall, down the stairs, and into the darkness.
Oh, so easy.
Sure.
That was way easier
yeah,
than last time.
easy.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
I've come to
Nice.
talk with you. kid.
Eventually, the stairs do end, and you find yourself making your
Falling.
way through the different puzzle rooms before eventually you come to the massive canyon with a broken down bridge and a rock slide crushed from the right side down to the left. Renaya, you feel your shoulders throb. Edward, you feel your lungs burn. Avanthy, Leshka, you guys are doing great. You're just like, this is a great new place.
Man, what a
Man,
neat little place
This,
here.
this looks like it would have been just terrible to be caught in. I'm glad that we weren't there for that.
Right?
landslide.
I mean, look at the size of those
Oh my
boulders.
goodness,
That
is
has to
that
be a
blood?
huge
Was
rock
there
slide.
someone? I think there might have been someone who was caught in this.
Edward, look, it's my blood.
Yeah, I remember that was great. You know, Catherine saved my life in here. I don't know if you knew that, but I was like drowning. He got me out of there.
When
Track-
didn't Catherine save
Track
your life?
saved me here.
I'm trying to save
He like
everybody
1v1 with like demon thing in like one go.
always. What? I
Do-
didn't miss that.
Yeah, he like.
Oh, by the way, guys, this was our fault.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
Another
That
thing
was
to
us.
add to the tale.
Yes. The time that the Fates Gambit bested a rock slide and a demon all in one fell swoop.
I like the sound of that. Not what
no,
happened,
I
but I
think
like
the
it.
rock. Yeah, the rock kind of won that one.
The time that the heroes of the realm got beaten by rocks.
I was spinning like a record.
It's a surprising end to a
I
lot of
was
stories.
spinning like a record. Oh my
Oh
god.
my god, it's true. Helicopter, helicopter. You know, I like it. You know, the time Fate's Gambit barely survived somehow from a rock slide. What is
I
happening?
love DJ recreating
the
Renaya's
stream?
trauma.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna
So-
soundbite that.
You guys remember Renaya and Edward? You remember that on the far side of this chasm is the door that led to that treasure room where the Dead King's Hoard, where some of the hints to the Dead King's Hoard was and all that type of stuff. You also know that if you were to traverse down the rock slide and down the chasm, it eventually leads into this massive purple worm tunnel, which goes on forever, as far as you guys remember.
Yes.
But you know, this is like riding a bike. You know, we've been through this. Oh, Edward does say, if I remember correctly, there was a staircase to the Underdark here or something like that, supposedly.
Ah, yes.
We never went down there.
I know where to go.
Not to the Underdark, right? It's not the same
I
thing.
mean, it's a bit of a combo move. We won't be fully going to the Underdark, but it's kind of like all roads lead to Othala. You know that classic saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the
Yes.
Underdark. In reality, is eventually all things eventually end up in the Underdark, but we're just going to take a little offshoot to a magma pool. We're not going to go towards the massive doors of death that are farther down that tunnel. We're just going to go to the little door carved into the wall past the magma pool,
Okay.
and
well,
nothing bad will happen.
You
For
go
the
you
sake
go
of
down the hall,
betterment-
you take the left, and then you take another right, and then you go two doors down.
And then you go
that's what
past the
Bruin calls
magma
it.
chute.
Oh my gosh, is that a track reference?
That is a track
Nice. Okay, you know,
Who
we're
is
doing
that?
this for
No.
the good of Akhlaran. I want to remind all of you, if it gets shady and our lives are on the line, it's in my best interest that I'm not involved. But for the sake
When my
of
life is on the line, it's in my
Akhlaran-
best interest to just not
right,
deal
for the
with
sake
it.
of
Yeah,
Akhlaran and
I'll just
Cather,
leave.
I'm doing this because I care about you, Renaya.
I
I
mean,
summon
nice,
pockets.
isn't it in everyone's best interest to not die?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Alright.
He actually, tucked behind his ear, he actually does have a note.
What do you have? A knife! No!
No.
Okay.
No, that's
What-
a note, Renaya, not
what
a
is
knife.
this? What is this?
It's a folded piece of paper.
Pockets? Did you get caught?
He,
I'm sorry,
Question.
that's just a ridiculous
Question,
question.
DM, did
Okay.
pockets get caught?
100%.
100%. Yeah.
Oh.
Pockets, I need you to go scout ahead for us. Can you do that for me? Okay, go invisible. Go invisible!
As
Great
he's
idea.
swan diving into the chasm, he just disappears.
There's on the piece of paper. There's just one of those really cool S's. Like, you know, the one. Like, exactly.
It's the one with the three lines and the three lines
Yeah.
really connect.
It's the diamond with
This
the,
is the, like, Superman thingy.
It's just the S that's like all
The,
one
like,
line.
Yeah, okay.
the middle school. Look what I can do.
Yeah, that's
That
funny.
like blew your minds.
That is so funny.
I wanna open
It's
it.
just your mom.
Ooh, got him.
That's,
Wait, is
it's kind
No,
of
I'm
offensive.
kidding.
Grotz said that?
Yeah.
It's a little awkward, you know,
Yeah.
cult family and all. It's a little touchy, but I mean, hey,
What's on my note?
He's getting in character.
I gotta text you. I'm not gonna say it out loud.
Okay.
It's that bad.
Wait, no, yes, but
And not safe for work.
What are you
like,
wearing?
Stop.
I'm just sitting in my study with my glasses on.
Stop.
Just my
You
glasses
are
on.
making it literally the thing you were saying you didn't want it to be.
He's
Oh,
just
that's
talking about his glasses.
yeah.
I'm about to read a
sure.
book. Went to the gym earlier, still a little sweaty.
Why you like this?
I glisten right now.
Stop.
Listen,
Someone
You'd say-
someone say that I'm glowing.
Grotz would say glisten. Yeah,
Grotz would absolutely say glisten.
I think so.
It's a word on the same tier as moist, which is definitely like
You'd say
that's
that?
definitely the Grotz vibe.
Does Renaya start to cry?
Are you guys gonna
enjoy
give
it.
us anything?
Renaya weeps.
Does Renaya start to cry?
Oh no!
It's just a tastefully drawn
Oh.
boudoir photo.
I want you to understand that we have no clue what's going on. That's
See,
the whole
I'm
point,
so
right? That's
tempted
the
to
bit.
say, that Lesher reads Renaya's mind right now, but that'd be rude.
Ooh, no, I like it. That's tea.
It's
Leshka.
the
Would she know?
TikTok trend where they're like leaning against a doorway and then the lights turn red and they're just a silhouette.
Yeah.
That's all that it is.
Would she know if you read her mind, Leshka?
So you guys all are like, cool, we're gonna get going, and then Renaya is just standing there in shock, holding the paper in her hand.
Renaya? Renaya, you okay? Renaya? Hello?
I think she's going into shock.
Oh no!
I cast prestidigitation to make sparkles fall down and try to wake her up.
Hold on.
Can you
Let
make
me-
Lydia-
smells of prestidigitation?
Lydia needs a second.
Yeah, you could do like
think
very,
so.
very.
Lydia needs a
You do like
second.
sniffing salts to like wake the person up, you know?
I think so.
Plug table scraps while Lydia takes a
What's
second.
up, gang? Just so you know, we have an additional show on Thursdays that I
Yeah.
run. It's kind of a little talk show where we'll talk about this episode. Sometimes other members of the cast will join me, and it's super fun. We just talk about D&D, and we've got a lot to talk about with new rules and things that are
Did
popping
you
up
see
in the.
they're dropping 5.5?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
stuff.
Tell
With a
us
whole
on
bunch of
Thursday
interesting
to
rule
hear about
changes that a lot of people don't
5.5.
like. So we'll probably talk a little bit about that. I just got
Nice. Nice.
the alternate art edition of Spelljammer that I would
Ooh,
love to show off and
Spelljammer.
talk
Show up
about
on
a bit
Thursdays.
on
Wow.
Thursdays.
Are you guys ready? We need to stop this. We're losing viewership here.
We actually aren't. We just gained a bunch of
I
viewers.
know. I'm just kidding.
I
I'm just
mentioned
messing.
Spelljammer once, and the people are in. They're here for the
I hope you're not
vampires.
responding to me,
Keep
Lydia,
talking
because
about
I'm not. No.
there's no point. Yeah.
No.
All right, we're
Just,
just doing our cordial.
I have
Here-
missed
this is our
mentally
job.
breaking Lydia.
Check out this Thursday to listen to me talk about vampirates and space clowns, both of which are monsters included in Spelljammer.
That's
Nice.
a good
Um,
title. Remember that.
Also, the plane of clown space. That's a real thing, where it's just a bunch of evil clowns.
Anyway,
Just cut us off,
so,
please, whenever you need
Back
to.
to the game.
Oh my
You guys
God.
see Renaya just standing there.
I was in character. Abinthy's talking about space clowns.
Oh, I see. Renaya, is this too much for you? I know a lot happened here.
No, we're okay. Let's keep going.
Are you sure? Okay.
Mhm.
Fantastic. Well, we're just going to head down this way, and then there's this little offshoot here. It might start to get a little bit toasty. So, if you're in a lot of layers of clothing, I recommend switching to something a little light, a little bit more breathable, because magma, let me tell you, lava is very hot.
Molten stuff.
Onward!
Hot. You guys begin making your way through the boulder field and eventually into the tunnel that continues to send down. If you remember, You guys went for like 7 hours and didn't find anything.
Down these stairs, right? Or is
They're
it
not
that-
stairs.
that was
It's just a tunnel. It's just a
Right.
downward degree tunnel.
Yeah.
You guys go for like 7 hours and 10 minutes and find this magma pool. Anybody caught what I just did? Nope. Okay.
I'm
great.
sad.
Anyway, I'm sad. You guys go for like 5 minutes further than you went last time, and you begin to feel the heat of these magma
Oh.
pools.
Oh.
I caught it. I want you to know that.
Thanks, Aaron.
So what?
You
We
know.
swing a left 5 minutes ago and we hit the Dead King's Horde kind of thing?
No. Like, so you have been descending down the tunnels for like
Yeah.
7 hours.
Yeah.
And last time, you went for 7 hours, but then you stopped and you turned around. This time, you went for like 7 hours and 5 minutes. You went like 5 minutes further,
Oh.
and you found.
Wait. Oh my gosh. What?
Thank
Did
you,
you
Grant. This
do
is all
that? Did you do that?
I mean, I
did
can do
that.
whatever I want. I can make this tunnel as long as I want it to be.
Let me tell you,
So-
this magma pool didn't exist the last time we were here.
You got that right. Wow. I feel like
It hadn't rendered
We-
yet.
Yeah.
maybe we should turn around, he said 10 minutes ago.
The chunk didn't load.
You guys
Yeah, that's
eventually
what-
find yourself on the far end of this massive river of magma. As
Keep
it is
your eyes
underground.
out. There might be diamonds exposed.
On the far side, you can see the faint reflection of a silver line that makes the outline of a door with a little knob on the far wall past the river of magma. About 20-25 feet to the other side.
This is surprisingly easy so far. Man, we're gonna get to Catherine in no time.
I like that
Nothing
attitude.
will go wrong.
It's better than Cather's, let me tell you. I'm just kidding. He had a great attitude. How are we supposed to meant to get past this lava?
Bucket.
I was going to ask if anyone had any specific.
I mean, I can take people. How wide is the magma?
25 feet.
Oh, that's
Hope
easy.
that out of the four
Uh,
spellcasters here,
Cath
there's
or
someone
not
that can
Cather.
do
Oh my
something.
goodness. Leshka will cast telekinesis.
Okay.
Ooh,
And
just yeeting with the big spells. God dang.
I mean, yeah, might as well. And he will use it to lift and gently carry everyone across.
You guys all. Yes, exactly. You suddenly are lifted up and not in control of where you are at all. It
I'm
almost
just
feels like
I'm gonna misty step.
Nice. just instantly
It makes an
teleport.
Enderman sound.
I mean, but then you use the spell slot.
I mean, I got them for a reason.
But the memes, Drew. You guys all find yourself on the other side.
I don't like being held by Leshka's mind.
Is Leshka able to move himself with telekinesis?
Well,
I think so. Maybe.
I was gonna look that up actually. If not, I had a way around it.
I don't have a player's handbook.
Okay, but no, I got it.
Get
Telekinesis. You
wrecked.
gain the ability to move
I'm
or
letting
manipulate
my
creatures or
girlfriend's
objects by
younger brother
thought when
borrow
you
it
cast a
because he wants
spell.
to DM his first game.
And
That's
as your
sweet.
action each round for the duration, you can exert your
Continue.
will on one creature or object you can see within range.
Cameron, if you're watching this, I hope it's going well. I hope your studying's doing well.
Shout out Cameron.
So I mean, it's just I can choose a creature that I can see within range. Can that include
That counts
myself?
you. You can look at yourself.
Nice.
So you guys all find yourself on the far side of this river of magma. In front of you, there is the etching of a doorway lined with silver. What would you guys like to do?
Open sesame.
Well, I've done all I can do.
Are there
When I went
is
here
there
the
any
first time, I didn't know about this door. We were going to a different set of doors. If anyone knows how, I mean, I can try to figure it out. Maybe it just opens. I'll go and I'll touch it. I'll try to push it.
I touch it. As you approach where the knob would be, this silvery spectral knob of light and silver lines appears where it would be.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
is my telekinesis
and open.
able to?
or does it just open?
Ebenthy, you pull on the knob, give it a
He's
slight
doing
twist.
the Home Alone, like tap it to make sure it's not booby trapped.
Yeah, it's scalding hot. No, and it does open. As you do, it pulls open to a black void beyond.
Oh,
Cue the the little sound that's like, but it's like bells.
Does this look like a door that I experienced recently in Aaron's life at playing Aventhy? Does it have the like stars and stuff,
No.
or is it just okay? Good, because that would be a bad time.
Well, where do we think this goes?
I don't know. Let's find out. And I just go through it.
Oh
Ooh,
my,
Aben-
well,
What if this is actually just the Underdark? What if we're
Now,
just
question:
mistaken?
do we see him as he passes through the threshold of the door?
Nope, he disappears into.
Oh,
So it's a
Well,
cover.
split up.
Well,
you
now
know,
hold
he's
on,
just
hold on.
behind the curtain.
There's a
Pockets.
chance.
Send pockets in.
What?
Pockets. I can't lose Abenthy. Send
I
pockets,
was just gonna
please.
stick my head
He's
in.
already gone.
but
Oh, is that-
if it goes to a different plane, I can't stay in touch with Pockets.
This is
I stick my head in.
You are instantly sucked in through this portal.
Ah!
Oh, right, well,
Renaya, he held his hand out. They're
Good.
like,
are we gonna go
ask,
in like together?
like he wants. He said, just like old times, I guess. What's the worst thing that could happen? We get teleported to the bottom of the ocean? Probably
Look,
not.
I got nothing else to lose. She grabs Edward's hand and pulls both of them in.
What's the thing that David Tennant's doctor would say? Like,
Alonzi!
Geronimo, something like that? Yeah.
Alonzi.
Geronimo, Alonzi, whatever it is. I like fish and chips. No, that's Matt Smith's.
With you guys teleported through this portal,
Boom.
you find yourself in a vast gray void. And that's where we're
Fish
going to take
and
a break.
That's there's fish and custard.
Wee!
The Whovians out there, fish and custard. Was the
Fish
thing
fingers
that-
and custard.
We will
Yeah,
be
that's
back
what
in
it was.
just a couple of minutes. Give us 10 or 15 minutes to go grab some snacks, get a water break, maybe go potties, do your things, grab some popcorn. But yeah, we'll be right back in just a little bit. Also, I think we have an art slideshow.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
shout
check out the
fan
art slideshow.
artists.
It's going to be lit. And yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Sorry,
Right?
Oh, gross. Really?
And they didn't catch it. It was great. It was perfect timing.
I thought that was
I
Aaron.
think
If
they
it's
did. I think
DJ,
they did
then
catch it.
the DM has blessed us this day.
So, you guys find yourself looking upon a vast, rugged landscape. Not mountainous, not hilly, but completely flat.
No doors?
A blank gray landscape, scattered with small pebbles, and a roaring wind constantly surrounding you,
That's not good.
blowing dust in your face. As Renaya and Edward, you step through, you guys watch for a second as Leshka and Ebony panic for just a moment as you guys come through and they reach for the door before it closes and there's nothing.
Oh shoot!
A
I'm
cute
sure it's
Yeti
fine.
that goes, snow cones!
Don't worry, it's lemon.
Oh no,
How
not
is
again.
it-
We've been stranded.
Is this wind that's so loud that it's difficult to hear anyone speak loud?
It's definitely
Oh.
not like easy, but you don't have to make a check to hear or try and
Okay.
speak loud.
Well, that's
It's probably like 20, maybe 25-mile-an-hour winds.
so we're not in pandemonium, which is
No.
good. That's
That is-
what
yeah,
I'm
so
No,
it's very
you,
good.
you realize that you're not in pandemonium. You, having knowledge of some of the planes, Avanthy, you have no clue where you are.
That's not good.
Ooh, that's a real
I
bad
have
sign.
no idea where we are.
What? Really?
That's a terrifying statement for me.
Not even a guess. You always
Uh,
have one.
is there anything like on the horizon? Like any is there like any buildings that we see? Maybe is there
Go ahead and
like
make
a
a
big
perception check.
mountain?
Can I help?
Go for it.
I think
Everybody
you
can
should-
make a
I think you
perception
should.
check.
Yeah, I was gonna say you
I
should
like
make
it.
your own check and not rely on my ability
Yeah,
to roll
I'm
dice.
pretty good at this.
In fact, can I help her?
That's a 10
Sure.
for me.
Yay, thank you. I need the help.
I'm at
Uh,
like an 11, so
I got a 21.
Okay. You guys look around, and this scarred gray landscape stretches on forever. In every direction, flat and unobstructed, aside from one speck in the distance.
Oh,
that
that's
Renaya
not good.
notices.
I see a speck.
DJ,
You
DJ, are you
focus.
doing me
those.
like this?
You focus further in, and it looks to be a small building, maybe an old home, but it's in ruin and decay.
This is sounding kind of underdarky to me.
Okay,
That's
let's
what I
go
was
this way.
thinking.
Come on, come along, come along, come along.
No.
Renaya starts walking towards it.
Hey DJ,
Okay.
I just want to make
Okay,
sure.
Renaya's got something. Let's follow her.
This gray is like a slate neutral gray that the sky is the exact same color as the ground gray.
Kind of.
I thought that was the Underdark.
With no real horizon line.
Kind of.
Isn't
And-
that the Underdark?
No, the Underdark
and
is
the
Is this
dark.
the
Underdark is
Shadowfell?
a vast underground tunnel
Shadow-
system.
That's what
Shadowfell.
I'm
That's
more
what I'm
afraid
thinking.
of.
We're definitely in the Shadow.
Oh, yes,
Are you
yeah.
kidding me?
I was thinking the
don't
Shadowfell.
like that.
I'm
really
gonna,
don't like that.
Renaya's gonna keep walking towards it.
More like a shadow fail, am I right?
That's all we got.
Yeah.
I'm a very good fish. I go to the hook.
Good fish.
Oh, that was funny.
As we're walking, Leshka just says, "Well, I mean, Renaya or myself could attempt to cast Sending again."
Lydia, I just want to point this out right now. I think you're a funny person. I want you to know that.
It-
No matter
it
what
was
sarcastic
funny.
comments Grant makes,
No,
I
that
think
wasn't
you're
sarcastic.
I think you're a funny person.
I thought it was funny.
Anyway, as Leshka was saying, on the bright side, Renaya and I can attempt to cast Sending, and if it has to travel through a plane to get to Cather, we'll know. So that can help determine if we're in the right place.
Yes,
It's actually
please
really
waste another spot.
smart. Do it.
You
I
want
mean-
to do it, Leshka?
I mean, I'm willing to do it. I don't know if
You
we
go
think it's
for it.
necessary.
I Misty stepped earlier. You should do it this time.
I used telekinesis. You didn't have to Misty Step.
Which is a higher spell slot.
You got this.
I don't like your brain touching me.
I'll be honest. That's a fair.
It
That's,
wasn't.
that's
It's
very
not
fair.
my
Kinda
brain
weird.
that's touching you. It's magic. It's just the weave that constantly surrounds you anyway.
Look, we don't have time for a lesson, Leshka. Just send the spell.
Okay.
Leshka, as you go to figure this out, you get pelted in the face with a rock.
What?
Oh heavens!
Pockets.
Thanks.
It looks around.
It's just a rock on the wind. There's lots of them. You guys are constantly. It's kind of like the Scarlet Waste, where you're kind of constantly being pelted with sand.
I don't like.
But
this
they're
place.
like every once in a while, there's a much bigger like pebble that's flying through the wind that just like.
Lovely. Okay. Well, I will cast sending. To Cather.
Okay.
Yes, Drew role playing. Two
Ah.
people again. Let's do it. I love it.
Hey, Cather, it's Leshka. Just wanted to know if you see lots of gray with no horizon where you are at currently. Best of luck. Bye.
Cather does receive the message. Cather is
does-
not in a void of gray with no horizon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, yes, I know that much, DJ. No. There's like a lot of doors. No, there are like a lot of doors, and like people. It's kind of like a city.
To the city.
Good luck too.
How did we mess up so bad?
I don't even. Why did we walk in?
Hey,
Abinthy.
Abinthy, are you sure that this was a city to?
Your god was the one who showed this in his vision. I just look. You were like, hey, is there any? I was like, hey, are there any portals to Sigil? And
but-
he was like, hey, look at this.
I grab Edward and I keep walking towards the
This
house.
is why I never trust gods.
Is there
This happens every time.
Is there somewhere we're going, Renaya? Or are we just walking?
That's literally the only thing around here. We have to go look at it.
Oh, you see something. My
Yeah.
perception isn't as high as yours.
I know.
You
Well,
guys,
How
you
wicked
lead
eyes.
The way. You
you
lead
guys
the way.
trudge along for a little while. It seems a lot longer than it should. Almost like the cabin, or not even a cabin. The ruins of this house, the stone ruins of this house, somehow stay on the horizon for much farther than they should. But after a good long
7
while,
hours and 15 minutes.
exactly, they do eventually get closer until you guys find yourself looking upon the ruins of a small stone shack. Yeah, we're talking about like starter Minecraft house type thing, like 4x4 brick box.
Classic. Mm-hmm. You
Uh,
gotta survive the first night.
Remember to set your spawn point, everybody.
If only we had Elytra. I'm sorry.
It's made out of the same gray slate material, but it does provide two walls are like semi-intact, two walls that make a corner, and then they crumble down to the ground. But it does provide a small shelter from the wind.
Well, this
Well-
place seems very lovely.
Is there anything worth note? Is it just walls? I don't see much.
Can I
Just
try?
walls and broken bricks.
Can I try to determine the like style of creation? Like, is like how dwarves build houses differently from elves and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Like, does this match any traditional architecture of a known living race or
I
tradition?
guess human.
Okay.
Oh.
I doubt I'm gonna find anything, but can I ritual cast detect magic?
I was about to do the same thing.
Nice.
got it.
You guys cast detect magic, and aside from the massive amount of magic objects that you have on your persons, there's no magic.
Okay, I would like to feel around and do my best to see if there's any object Well, yeah, I guess objects. No, here's what I'll ask for specifically. Anything that is like on the walls or near the walls.
Like a lever?
Like that could be writing, or sure, a lever, a button, or any objects that just happen to be laying there that are gray. You know. Can I try that?
Yeah, go for it. Roll an investigation.
I know that's kind of broad.
No, that's
I'm
fine.
trying to get through this, you know what I'm saying? Investigation, you said?
Yeah.
8. Ooh.
Okay. You look around and you don't see a whole lot, but the blatantly obvious thing that you see scratched into the wall are words.
Hey,
What does it
there's
say,
words here.
TM?
In Elvish, it says, "Why have my gods forsaken me?"
Oh,
gosh.
nice. Oh, that's good.
That's not a great sign.
I'm looking at you, Renaya.
Interesting.
I don't think it's
So,
worth staying here.
Elvish, and why have my gods forsaken me? Interesting, as in plural, at least more than one, at least a follower of multiple gods, if not all
Wait
the
a second.
gods.
Cather's an elf, and he follows more than one god.
But see,
A breadcrumb trail that I did not mean to create.
Leshka,
Okay.
Leshka just talked to Cather.
but yeah, like Cather didn't, like he's like not here, and like he never mentioned being in a place like this.
Maybe we should keep moving. I don't think there's anything here for us.
While they're having this
Ooh,
conversation, I'm
DM.
gonna spend 10 minutes
Ooh.
to cast Private Sanctum, basically just to ward off the sound because it can't
For
pass through the
after
barrier.
about 10 minutes, we'll say that you were casting that while Renaya was doing tech magic, so it comes up about the same time. You guys are finally given, for the first time since coming here, which seems like forever ago now, a bit of respite from the howling wind in your ears and the constant roar. The silence is extremely relieving. Yes, Leshka.
Question:
Yes.
Did Leshka ever meet Kiamora?
I don't remember. I don't think
I
so,
don't
though.
think so. Now, so then my second question would be:
Has
Has
Leshka
he
ever met Kiamora?
has he heard of Kiamora?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. I mean, this is kind of ominous. Did Kiamora follow the gods? Is that a thing? Was he also like a religious person?
Who?
Oh yes, Kiamora. Yeah, he actually was quite close with Cather. They, I believe, took their oaths together or some sort.
Oh,
Can't remember clearly.
brother
exactly.
oaths, very rare.
Yes. They actually did it in the graveyard that my uncle happens to be buried. Fun tidbit.
DM, do I know of any other powerful elf people that follow the gods that like might have traveled to the plains, like in stories that I've heard of or something in my travels?
Roll a history check,
Love it.
buddy.
I know it's a stretch, but you know, hey, that's all I got right now. Gotta
It's
figure out who.
Leshka's thing, man. You got this.
Edenthy, you have also heard of Kiamora as well,
Ah,
but you mostly know him as disgraced member of Fate's Gambit that never actually made it,
Hold
is
on,
kind of a, like-
disgraced member of
What?
Fate's
and is
Gambit.
kind of an embarrassment to his country.
What do
More
you
like
mean?
honorable.
That's how you know Kiamora.
What do you mean, disgraced member of Fate's
That's-
Gambit?
Okay.
We
okay.
never-
Deserves
that's how-
Kiamora.
We never disgraced him.
No,
King
you
Amora.
didn't, but that does not mean that the public didn't see him as that. The public has a very poor view of Kiamora.
Oh.
I mean,
Well, he's
That's
a little
I mean, he
Understandable.
kind of failed at everything he ever tried to do, so.
I keep that to myself.
Lydia, do you have something?
I mean, me and Kiki were kind of besties for a hot minute. Does this look like Kiki's handwriting?
Love it. That's so smart.
That
by the way,
actually is.
I got 27, by the way.
Okay, let me come up with something for you real quick, Drew. Renaya, go ahead and make a perception check. Drew.
Or like maybe confirmation
You-
that
That's
maybe
another
it could be
natural
it could
20.
be somebody
What
like
is
Oh
with
my
you guys?
gosh.
Like it could be some like a confirmation that maybe it could have like if I heard that Kiyomura also has traveled the plains, you know.
You know it's not Kiyomura. Leshka, you think of you have like 2 or 3 old elvish candidates of,
Like eons
warriors
ago.
from old who
Yeah.
disappeared into the void and never were seen, and when they came back, they were crazed.
Do I recognize the handwriting at all?
No.
Okay.
It's not
Well,
Lada.
Thanks, Dirty 20.
I
mean, natural
recognize
20,
this writing
but-
at all?
No.
Let's go.
Okay.
Do I?
Okay.
No.
Are there? Okay. Now, is it? And there's no other script on the wall.
No, it's just the ominous script.
Could you say it again, DM?
Oh, why, my gods, have you forsaken me?
See,
Jesus.
now it's different. The wording's different. It's changing, you guys.
It's
Leshka
fantasy
just kind of like
equivalent
looks
Jesus.
around at the gray void. It just says, "Oh, why, gods, have you forsaken me?"
That could work. Also,
Leshka,
Abinthi,
do
thank
you
you for
feel
casting
okay?
a
Outside
spell.
of the sanctum,
it
you hear
quiet.
the wind howl louder.
No, you don't. All sound is blocked at the barrier. Sound
You
can't pass.
Abinthi, thank
You can feel the wind howl louder.
That is allowed. Just so you know, the things that the private sanctum does, sound can't pass through the barrier at the edge of the warded area. The edge of the area appears dark and foggy, preventing vision through it. Sensors created by divination spells can't appear inside the protected area or pass through the barrier at its perimeter. Creatures in the area can't be targeted by divination spells. Nothing can teleport into or out of the warded area, and planar travel is blocked within the warded area. It does a lot.
It's a good one.
Yes, Grant?
Yes, Edward.
So you said it was dusty, right? Specifically dusty.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Edward will say, in the silence, he'll break the silence by saying these words that I'm going to say now in the silence. He'll say, I think maybe we should dig a bit. Maybe there's something under these walls that we're not seeing. You know, it is rather dusty and the wind is blowing. Sometimes it likes to build up, like in a desert.
Are you gonna
With
look for a
sand.
chest hidden beneath the
You know, well, okay, we
the
got
pr- the
look,
land
we
generated
got walls, we got broken walls. You know, maybe there's something. Maybe
Pull out
there's
a
a
bomb
body. Maybe
And
there's
set
a
it
body
against
that's
the
just
cracked
buried
wall.
in the dust. You know.
I mean, I think that it's fair. We should check the
Okay.
walls, the ground, everything surrounding this building
Yeah,
for
yeah.
any other information or anything.
I mean,
Okay,
there's
yeah.
no thing. You know. Okay.
You
so
guys
I can
begin-
go ahead and roll.
You don't even have to roll for it.
Awesome. So I got a nat 1.
You guys
That
begin
didn't count.
making your way through the dirt and the dust that have built up along the walls, you look around. You don't find a whole lot until Edward. You're digging through along the wall, and you're just kind of digging through the sand and the dust and everything like that, and you hit something solid.
Hey, I
Kind of
found
clear around
something.
it. You pull some more until you reveal a half decomposed carcass of a man laying there in his armor. Rags
Ooh, armor.
and rags and clothes torn and decomposed and eaten away, bits of flesh and everything. It's a gruesome sight. It's like
Oh,
it's not a
poor
fun sight.
soul.
And immediately the stench hits you before it's whisked away by the wind.
This poor
So-
soul, he didn't make it.
So this is actually good because it's confirmation that this gentleman somehow got here too. Therefore, there's perhaps a way out.
Wait, but it also
the
means
fact that
he
he
didn't
is
get out.
dead and decomposing means he didn't get out.
Now,
I think maybe we
Yes.
shouldn't stay here with the dead body.
How
Now,
how
hold on.
decomposes the dead body?
I'd like to
Um,
loot the body.
Abin's arms deep in this thing.
Roll investigation checks, you two. Leshka, it's like half decomposed. It looks like it got like halfway through the decomposition process
Mhm.
before it got like buried and like basically like
Mhm.
stuck in time, kind of.
Hmm.
I don't suppose anyone has the ability to speak to the dead.
Sadly,
not, yeah.
necromancy, not super up my alley fully. I have a bit of a handle on it, but nothing incredible.
DJ, did my father happen to have that in his tome, his necromancy tome, way back in the day? Because
Oh,
Edward
wow.
can copy spells
Speak
down,
with Dead?
and he has his necromancy, or not my dad's, just one of those necromancy guys from the beginning. He had that book. He's copied those spells since.
The Speak with Dead
As
spell is not
rituals.
within that tome. I don't think it's a
it-
ritual.
It was worth a question. I
I
don't
do
think it
have
is either.
Speak with Dead.
You
so-
do have Speak with Dead?
By the way, it's a 24 for the investigation.
You find a single platinum coin.
Oh, interesting.
Oh.
Platinum.
And real
What's
quick
the make and model year?
Oh my gosh.
It is kind of interesting because it's not a material plane platinum coin.
Oh, what?
It looks to be a Modron minted platinum coin.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Wait. Oh, I didn't know they had currency on other planes. Guess it makes sense.
Universal. It's pretty great.
Real quick before we speak with Deads, Edward will. I'd like to see if I can place the armor, like politically or time-wise, just to get a little bit of intel on who this person might have been.
Make a history
Would
check.
that be history? Yeah. Okay. So that's an 18.
The armor looks elvish in nature.
Makes sense. We talking old?
Very old. Not a style that you can pinpoint to a specific group.
Okay. Well,
That
Edward
you know
might as
of.
well say it. Okay. That's all. Go ahead if you want to speak with Dead.
Renaya,
Okay, so I
remind me
can
of the details of the Speak with Dead spell. I believe you can ask
Yeah.
it 3 questions, right?
I can ask up to 5 questions.
Up to 5 questions.
Yeah, so it until the spell ends, you can ask the corpse up to 5 questions. The corpse knows only what it knew in life, including the languages it knew. Answers are usually brief, cryptic, or repetitive, and the corpse is under no compulsion to offer a truthful answer if you are hostile to it or it recognizes you as an enemy. The spell doesn't return the creature's soul to its body, only its animating spirit. Thus, the corpse can't learn new information, doesn't comprehend anything that has happened since it died, and can't speculate about future events.
Okay, I'm ready.
Cool.
Now,
Alright,
okay,
I'm kind of
is-
limited in what I can
and to clarify,
ask, but
so at least, Lydia, do you still does Renai have a thing that she can understand all language? Is that only written, or is that also spoken?
that's only written.
Only written. Okay.
Yes.
I can read all
Well,
writing.
we're gonna hope that the Elvish that's scribbled into the wall that we can understand is what he speaks.
Yeah, at the very least, it might be like old Elvish, where he uses like ode and thy. You know.
Ode.
Okay,
Oh,
what?
why did I the
I mean,
gods
obviously
forsake
ask
me?
like how did they get here? Why did they come here? What
Like-
else?
Why did they come here? What direction did they come from?
Where did they come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
Did they ever have any clues as to how to escape this place? I know that they may have failed, but maybe they were on a trail.
On the path.
Yeah.
I'm ready to be a dead body.
Also, Renaya, I don't suppose you could just ask Malice to show up.
I mean, I can try that in a second, but I mean, I personally like to handle my own situations.
I like not starving to death.
See, and if it comes to that, we'll do that.
Excellent.
We're
I'm
just
gonna
like,
play
what
the
the heck,
game.
bro?
I just wanted to make sure that it was an option. I have almost starved to death multiple times. It's not fun.
All right, what else? I can ask like 2 more questions.
Who are you?
I don't really care about that.
And we might want to
I do.
keep a couple questions in mind just in case we have a question based off of an answer.
Where is
Alright.
Cather?
I can do this for probably about like 10ish minutes, so
Nice. All right,
Um,
let's do it.
All right, starting my stopwatch.
all right. I cast
Synchronize our watches.
Speak with
Does
Dead.
time happen the same in this plane? Oh.
And then
No.
in Elvish, I'm going to ask, how did you get here?
I was trying through the astral plane when I fell off the edge.
It's unfortunate.
Well,
The edge of the astral
I
plane.
hope the subtitles get this.
Why were you traveling through the astral plane?
In search of riches and glory.
Fair. Okay.
That's fair enough.
Poor chap. Didn't work out.
Did you find any ideas of how to get out?
I heard tale of the sorceress of this realm.
Hear that, Abinthy? The sorcerers.
I'm
Write that
on
down.
it. Trust
that down.
me.
Okay.
I'm there.
What do you know about the sorceress?
She is as powerful as she is beautiful, and helps mortals who have fallen into the in-between.
Sounds nice.
Aaron's making a face. Aaron, do you know who this is?
How
I
do we
hope
get in
not.
contact with her?
She will find you, or so it was said.
So,
Well, that
So,
did give some answers.
We're waiting on a powerful, beautiful sorceress.
That's supposed to contact us.
Well, she
Well-
didn't contact this guy.
Yes. However, the first thing that comes to my mind, at least, is how are you supposed to get contacted if it's not known you're around?
I mean, there's a large square magical barrier of entry, which is, I think, a pretty good tell that we're here. I could maybe fire something off into the sky, I guess.
I like it, actually. I mean, let's cause a commotion. What else are we going to do? Just sit here in silence?
okay,
I
but
mean, it's better than
remember-
traveling on the endless horizon.
Okay, but
Very
here's
true.
the thing: we're not even. Yes, we're in hopes alerting the sorceress of our presence, but we'll also be alerting anything else around of our presence.
Honestly, fine with that.
Abinthy, do you know in this particular plane if there's anything of note that we should be afraid of?
I have no idea where we are.
Okay, well, thought you might have figured it out by now. You tend to catch on to these things. I'm
I
not
could
disappointed.
only
I'm
learn
just
what I
surprised.
what I have any evidence for. It's not like there's a book that just tells
Well,
me where I am.
The skeleton did
Unfortunately.
mention falling into the in-between. There aren't
Between
many
the
planes.
rows?
There aren't many planes that would
It's
qualify.
September through October.
A shameless plug.
sins of the father.
I mean,
Are we gonna be in
what plane
space?
is
No, that's next
between
year.
the astral sea?
I go through my knowledge of the planes real quick.
Okay.
Can I
There we go.
deduct if you fell off the astral plane? Where do I think that you would end up?
Love
Well, go ahead and make a history or arcana check.
Can I
I'll
also,
take Arcana.
Can I also make that check, DM?
Drew, you can make a history check.
Okay.
I'm going to
Missed my
send
box.
pockets just out.
Pocket
Sure.
shows up, and you saw him just leave. And he's like,
that. Oh,
What? What?
he's basically saying, "You want me to just walk into the endless void?"
Pockets. Pockets, go play. Go have
He
fun.
goes and he starts frolicking.
into the
26 on that Arcana.
unknown.
Dirty,
Drew, what you get?
dirty 20 for the history.
Dirty 20. Look at you, smart boys. I love having smart boys. You guys start kind of thinking out loud and debating the physics and the dynamics of planar travel Neither of you have ever heard of someone falling off the astral plane before. The astral plane is the end-all, be-all, catch-all where all the other planes reside. It's the mush that everything like lays on, and so falling off the astral plane doesn't make sense. Like people have talked about like falling off the edges of the Feywilds and into the astral plane, and you can go through, planar pools and end up in the astral plane, but falling off the astral plane doesn't really compute.
It's like flat
to
Earth energy. But
Sure.
like bigger.
I guess I don't really know what you're talking about. So
Flat
my
Earth?
poor little dumb brain doesn't know.
Well, if you know, you know, I guess.
But you can deduce that the in between, which is what this creature called it, is the space truly between all the planes that doesn't really get explored, and you can't just end up. You can't like purposely try and get here. It seems like, or at least you would assume, but it's where all the lost souls end up.
Oh, great. Well, should I go and fire some random bolt of energy into the sky in the attempt to draw the sorceress towards us, or,
I mean,
Probably know what else we
unless
do.
we have a better idea.
I'm just saying, if there is anything else here, frankly, I'm okay with drawing literally anything towards us, rather than us just sitting here and doing nothing in fear of something that we don't know exists.
Right, and if we die by a beast, maybe it's better than dying by starving and sitting in a spot for days on end without any semblance of survival, you know?
Plus, even if it's a beast came from somewhere. Meaning that's a lead.
That's such a good point. Like
I
how
am-
birds return to islands.
I am checking in with Pockets every now and then just to see if he's seeing anything.
There's nothing.
Yeah.
He probably got bored pretty quick.
Yeah.
He's
just-
at this point you're not sure if he's just sitting on the other side of the wall ignoring you.
He's like
That's fair.
he's like the kid at like who's playing like Little League baseball, who's just sitting in the outfield like playing with a blade of grass.
Just ripping up the grass. Yeah.
That was for sure me.
All right, we're going. I'm just gonna cast some little spells, just some like ray of frost, just whoop, 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 just firing them off into the sky for free, just every
Magic,
couple of minutes and
man.
something.
As you go out there, first of all,
She's
you're
just
noticing
already there.
the plane is starting to get dark.
Oh, good.
No.
There's a day-night
Quote
cycle.
unquote night is falling. And within like 5 or 10 minutes, you guys can't see your own hands in front of your faces.
Oh my
It's that dark.
gosh.
Nick, we're gonna
It's the
summon some
shadow
dancing
fell, not the
lights.
night fell.
You go
Sorry.
out and
That was good.
launch your rays of frost, dancing lights, whatever spells you want to use to create these bolts of light.
Aleshka will cast the light cantrip, by the way.
Eldritch Blast!
Yeah, we're just firing off like 1,000 cantrips
You
in
guys-
the sky.
Like,
I got,
like a southern down, lighting off all their fireworks at midnight. light off
minor illusion. Flashing.
Everything you got to just anything that's free and easy to do, you light it off. Within seconds,
Oh gosh.
the darkness, within the darkness, as you light things off, they create brief flashes of light. And you begin to see humanoids in the distance.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
icky. That's yucky.
Again, I have
It's civilization.
I
They're
have
just people.
My staff is just bright light right now, so we can just
Until
kinda
you
see
begin to
around.
notice that they have 5 arms.
Yep.
See, they're not just people. Well, maybe they're nice. I guess I shouldn't
Ooh,
judge
5
based on
arms.
appearance.
Wait, hold on. 5 is an odd number of arms. Is it like
You
5 on each
begin to
side?
Notice, no.
Oh.
As you light these off, you begin to notice 1, 3, 5, 7, 10. You are surrounded.
I cast the hut one, Lehman's tiny hut. I start casting Lehman's tiny hut. I'm like, nope.
As
nope,
you
this is
cast it,
bad.
What's the casting time on that?
I
Like
think it's
10 minutes.
10. I
Take
can
10
double.
minutes?
I thought it was a minute.
Because
It's a.
I think it might be a minute.
Do I see him begin to cast the spell?
1 minute. It is 1 minute.
You guys watch as everyone begins casting the spell as these morbid, decrepit humanoids, skin pulled tight over the bones, their muscles twisted and contorted as they have these 5 arms that end in these massive spikes, go scuttling towards you guys.
Ew!
Maybe they're friendly.
Evanthy, one of them runs up to you, and it just embraces you in this massive hug. Well, first of all, I guess, do you do anything?
I am ready to do something. Well, can I get an insight check? Are they friendly?
Go ahead and get an insight check. Yeah.
I've seen a lot of weird things before,
Can I-
and
I-
sometimes things are just scary,
Ew!
and they're fine.
Can I, TM? Can I also roll an insight check?
Sure. Why not? Everybody roll an insight check.
Okay.
Not you, Edward. You're busy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
That'll be a
awkward.
23.
10.
Not great for me.
Evanthy, it's hard because you know that all that this creature wants to do is hug you. You also know that it does not have your best interest in mind. It is absolutely desperate for your embrace.
Oh.
Personal space, friend.
It comes up.
And so as they're approaching, am I able to cast a spell before they actually get to
Yeah,
us?
I'll give you guys an attack.
I was gonna say I could just put up a wall of force around us.
I was going to do the same.
I was gonna.
Oh my god!
Wait, I would like
Now,
to ask,
Aaron,
we're talking like
Aaron, I'm gonna
hundreds
use
of-
my staff of power to do this.
By the way,
So
they
am
look,
I.
they look like our
Nice.
boys.
Oh,
Great minds
ew.
think alike.
So
It's like Spider-Man with his like arms
Leshka
and-
and Abinthy just look at each
Gross.
other, and there's like, they notice they're casting the same runes in the sky.
yeah, no,
in-
it's
in the
you
air.
have your staff.
And he looks at me.
Abinthy's
And I look at
ring
him.
that is on his sword cane. He'll pull a thread from it and throw it, and so it forms the perimeter of the spell. And then we make 2 semicircles to fully encompass the group.
There we go.
Nice.
And I would like
Nice.
to really I'd like to know, are we talking like hundreds of individuals like
You
around
can't
us,
tell.
or-
When there's not spells of light being cast, it is pitch black.
Oh my gosh, that's terrifying.
All you hear is as in the
Oh.
distance, and you hear like little all
Yeah.
around, all around
Okay,
you
Zoom doesn't like
as
it.
they Zoom will let it. Gosh dang it, Zoom! I'm trying to have the sound effects here. But little scuttles of sharp barbs on slate. Yeah.
Yeah, there
um,
you go. There you go.
As these creatures scuttle around you, I'll say that you guys managed to get the wall of force up just in time before these things come crashing into you. And you watch, everything you watch as it comes up and it just crashes into this wall of force before getting blasted off. And they just keep coming. You get a flash of light as each one just hurls itself at you guys with not a care in the world for its own well-being, as they are so desperate to get near you, so desperate to just touch you, just to have some semblance of connection to another living thing, that they are willing to hurl themselves against this massive wall of force. How long does that spell last?
That's a great question.
10 minutes.
Yep.
10 minutes?
Hey, that gives me time to cast Lehman's Tiny Hut,
Okay.
and that lasts like 8 hours. So
Probably a
I'll make
good
sure
idea.
to do that, I suppose.
Yeah. You cast Lehman's Tiny Hut, and slowly you guys retreat into it. After 10 minutes of this bombardment, the wall of force diminishes, and it's even worse, as the wall of force gave you this nice, it's like 60-foot radius sphere that you guys were able to move around in. Now you're in, what, a 10-foot radius? A 10-foot diameter?
Yeah, we're in pretty close quarters.
It's pretty good.
You guys are in
close
this
quarters.
tight dome.
10-foot
As
radius.
every single second there's one of these creatures throwing itself against the dome. Eventually they get to the point where there's so many of them that they are piled against the side, and others are like crawling up the backs of them and are coming up and over the dome until there is no semblance of the outside world, as you can only hear the scuttle and the moans of these creatures just wailing away in agony as they try to get to you.
Edward's just like hugging Renaya in fear and like shutting his eyes, trying
So-
to shut everything out.
This was an unexpected development.
I mean, we could just throw a couple fireballs at them.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're really that bad. Maybe they're just lonely. And
we have 8
because
hours
of that,
this.
just incredibly deadly.
All right. Well, if they don't leave, then we have to do something to get them.
I mean,
to go
yes,
away from us.
I think that if they last through the night, then we can deal with them.
Let's wait. Let's wait till the end of the spell and do what we have to then. Hopefully they leave when light returns, whenever that happens.
That
This
is
is a
that is a
nightmare.
possibility. Actually, that's a very good observation, Edward.
And as much as I am upset that Malice put us here, I have no reason to not trust him. So I think maybe there's a reason for this.
I am very curious about who this sorceress lady is. Perhaps there is. Maybe we are. Maybe she's in need of our help, or perhaps there is something important going on with her within this cosmic fiasco we found ourselves uncovering.
Hey, DJ.
Hey, Aaron, how you doing, bud?
While we're just in this bubble.
Yeah. While you're just listening to the screams of the damned.
Yeah, we've got
Just
8
that-
hours of
Oh
just
my
free time to hang out, you know?
Yeah.
I'm going to use that time to be casting Legend Lore at least twice.
Okay. On.
I can name or describe a person, place, or object.
Okay.
I'm going to describe a slate gray plane of existence that lies between all of the other planes of existence that can be accessed primarily by accident. For example, falling off the astral plane, or entering a door and then being teleported to the wrong place. That is the land of forgotten souls filled with weird crab creatures and a sorceress.
Yeah. Let's start with that one. We'll do them one at a time.
Yeah.
You cast Legend Lore on this unknown land, this unknown plane, and you understand how magic like this works. Basically, there's a well of knowledge that that has been almost like stitched into the weave that is constantly being added to, and when you cast spells like Identify or Legend Lore, you're tapping into that well of knowledge and just pulling information from it, almost like a library. There is nothing on this plane. As far as you know, there is nobody in history who has ever been here and left and survived to tell the tale, or that has told anybody about it once they had left.
I would like to state the spell does say it can be secret information that has never been revealed.
I understand.
Okay.
There is no information available.
I
on this
really want
at
to
all.
double check.
Yes.
And then I'm going to try to second Legend Lore regarding the sorceress, because there's a potential that the sorceress just kind of deals with this plane, but maybe she goes somewhere else sometimes.
How do you specifically describe the sorceress?
Uh,
You just say the sorceress. That's not
that's
enough.
a very broad range. The sorceress that holds domain and power over the gray land filled with scuttling monstrosities that lies in between planes. Did we gain any other descriptors from the dead guy?
He just said that apparently
Powerful,
she will
she's
find
beautiful.
us.
Powerful,
She will
she's
find you.
beautiful. She will find us, and not the other way around.
Also, this description sounds very similar to someone that I know. Abinthy knows. But I don't think that it is. So by your face, I'm guessing that it isn't.
I think I know who you're talking about, but I'm not 100% sure. Is it
The
another
Duchess,
player
yes.
being?
It's the Duchess.
No, it's not her.
Okay, good. Thank goodness.
Reunite with old flames. No.
Oh. T.
But yeah, am I able to legend lore that description? I don't know if I'll be able to get anything.
Well,
But...
I'm gonna say you go ahead and just this is just to see how much she's put herself out there, I guess. Go ahead and make a history check. This isn't to actually see if you know anything, because you're going to go off of legend lore. This is just to see how much information there would be to gather.
Which dice should I use? The white, the rubber, the orange, or the blue?
I say you use the blood dice.
Don't listen
No,
to
those
them.
have
Use
been
the blue.
retired.
Use the blue.
No, use the blue ones. And Aaron. It'd be really helpful if you rolled like a 20 or something on this roll.
He's using his power.
That's not terrible. 19.
Okay.
That's very close to a 20.
You legend lore this description. A sorceress from the in-between, ruling over a gray land. And you get a few kind of like results back. It's kind of like when you like look up sorceress in like the library,
You end up on the third page of Google.
yeah, exactly. You're just like looking for anything that might like look into it. And it's hard, dude. Like you there's several different things. Sorceress is a common name. Gray Wastelands is not uncommon in and of itself. You learn from what you think you think based off of some of the descriptions of what's going on. This is probably talking about this woman. Like it makes sense for it to be talking about the sorceress that you're thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And it describes a woman older than time.
Oh, that's not good.
A tale as old as time.
This is good.
Who has had many lives, but now finds herself merely seeking to guide and help those who have found themselves lost.
Okay.
Sounds optimistic.
I'm just gonna really quick shout just into the sky, and I'll go. I think. Now, hear me out. This is gonna be really weird for a couple seconds. It may not do anything. I'll give it a shot. I'm lost and need help. Help me.
Wow, we've really
I'm
divulged
terribly
into insanity
lost.
here.
I could use a startlingly beautiful sorceress to guide me from this wasteland.
Well, I guess it's better than nothing.
Oh, I love
Help!
purple
I
lips.
need help.
Please?
Please help. Oh, how
Come
the
on,
tape.
guys, everybody
turned.
do it.
No, heck
Help
it.
me.
Help, please.
I need help. Lashka, you better.
You're
Lashka?
not sure if your screams for help are being covered by the screams of the dead or not.
She's
It's
like a god or something. She'll figure it out.
Yes, Renaya.
Pockets is still
He's
out, in
out
this
by
grave.
himself.
And
directly
through
by-
Pockets, you hear Renaya's voice echo out of Pocket's mouth as Renaya goes, "Please help! Please help us!"
Please.
Lashka, cry for help. This might be our only chance.
Please, oh God of this realm, grace us with your presence and save us from our terrible fates as we are surrounded by these strange creatures that seek to
You sound like
harm us.
Barbosa when he's trying to release Calypso from her earthly bonds.
Yes, good.
Wow, that was amazing, Lashka.
With a nice
I mean,
deep
that
pull,
would for
Ryan,
sure get
or,
the attention
DJ.
of something.
Guys, I don't know. I don't think this is working.
I don't think so either. We need a
What
whole
do we
bunch of
do?
hope.
Your especially concussive sound as one of them like backed up and just into the barrier.
Yeah, this really isn't working. Okay.
Edward's doing his best to keep track of time. DM, can I tell when the spell is nearing its end? Like,
100%.
Is that a thing?
Um,
Okay, awesome.
Yeah,
It's not
you guys
suck
got
to
a
try
few
to keep
hours
track.
left.
I mean,
No, that wouldn't. No.
Oh, this is gonna totally mess up my sleep cycle.
Do I know
assuming we
any
get out of
god
here.
summoning rituals?
I-
Just perchance.
Do we have the orb?
Which one?
No, that's in the
Uh,
vault.
King of the Dragons.
Ooh.
No, not that one.
Ooh.
That one you gave
know
away.
that we
Oh.
do have the ship though.
You do know of the dragon who replaced Terracolamos.
Ooh.
Oh, could we chat
His name
with
is
him?
Rykorum. He's
Like
a
WhatsApp?
amethyst dragon.
What?
WhatsApp would
Wait, repeat
definitely
that.
work interplanar.
Here, Jazan. I can do this.
Does the Shadowfell have Wi-Fi?
Yes. Let me just pull up. I just want to make sure I say his name right. Should be like 6 seconds. 5 seconds.
1,
4
2,
seconds. Oh, it's
4.
even faster. Nice. Yeah, Rykoran. Rykoran. The heart of the world.
It spells Re-Koran.
Rykoran.
Re-Koran.
Boom, boom, boom.
I am gonna take out my holy symbol.
I'm assuming we can't communicate with this dragon. Just throwing out there, right?
You probably wouldn't want to.
Okay, good to know. Well, there you go. Continue, Lydia.
Melis, I have no idea if you can even hear me. We're stuck in some weird gray place trying to find this sorceress with a bunch of weird 5-armed things throwing themselves at us.
Bunch of weird freaks throwing themselves at us, and I
I
don't like.
really don't know what to do here.
You hear one of them wail at your.
Oh, you're
Yes.
fine.
You have no clue if Malice can hear you, and you assume that knowing Malice's usually immediate response and his apparent lack of immediate response, that he probably can.
Right, so Melis probably can't hear us. I have
That's
another.
very unfortunate.
Grot, maybe? I mean, I know it's weird between you two, but if... I don't know, he seems to have interdimensional abilities, I'd guess.
I mean, we still have time. We don't need to.
Yeah,
3
I say we
hours
just wait it
left
out. Let's just prepare for the worst, and just be ready for when the spell ends, and then we'll find our way through these monsters. Either that, or we'll be hugged. Who knows? Maybe they'll hug us, and we'll be teleported to the sorceress.
Okay, well, I have an idea. Edward pulls out his journal, and he says, I want all of us at the end of this journal to write down a few passages in case we do go as to things we want to say for whoever stumbles upon it later.
I think that's. A
I
very
mean,
good
Oh,
idea.
It would
God.
just help
Have you
my-
Okay.
forsaken me?
Edward,
Yes?
it's a very sweet sentiment. But
We'll be fine.
I think anybody who finds this last words of ours is going to have to write some last words of their own.
Oh, you know, take a book, leave a book kind of thing.
It's like one of those nice little public donation libraries.
This little journal can go on in time. I mean, it's a fun
And
exercise.
I'm just saying-
It's something to do.
I think that it's very fair. If we write down in there, don't fire off spells into the sky, it will alert a crawling, ravenous crab of death.
Wow, it's almost
can help
like
the next
somebody
person.
warned us of that.
I'm
Well,
just
I'm going
saying,
to
I still
start.
think that this is better than sitting and doing nothing.
My name is Edward N. Fellows, the author of this journal, etc. He starts writing, he writes a few sentences, they pass it around, it's all good fun.
You guys write for a little bit before spending the rest of your time in awkward silence as you continue to hear the gross scuttles, the moans, the
They
wails.
sound like crabs. I hate it.
They don't
Moaning
They
crabs.
sound like crabs. I mean, they kind of sound like crabs, but
The
more. it's
scuttle.
Okay, sure, fine, crabs. Sure, sure, sure.
Crab-like moans.
You got me.
Yes, and.
Is anyone up for a game of canasta?
Oh, I would love a game of canasta.
I'm starving, yes.
You guys play canasta. You have a grand old time. You really bond over it. After your 8 hours or so,
My
The horde
spell's
has
about to
slowly-
end, by the way.
begun to let up. There's not a mass that's constantly crawling over. They've slowly begun to retreat as you realize that there is just a hint of light coming up over the horizon. And it's not like there's a sunrise or anything like that. It's kind of like like ambient lighting. It's like, okay, like ambient lighting all around it all gets light, and then it all gets dark, and then it all gets light and it all gets dark. It's not like
Well
there's a sun.
diffused.
Someone
Comes
just
up
has a
every
big
5
dimmer
minutes.
switch.
Yeah, it's a
The
well lit.
sorceress has a
Honestly,
dimmer.
it's always like golden hour.
Oh, I can get behind that.
Man, I wish that we had Instagram right now.
The last of these lost creatures scuttles away just a few minutes before your spell ends.
The spell drops and he just like, oh, it's over.
So
I'm
this
so
tells
tired.
me is that it wasn't the spells that summoned them, it was the darkness.
Oh, or they can only be out at darkness. Yes.
Yeah, it's probably a combination of the two.
All right, round 2. Now that there's less noise. Sorceress, help! Help! I'm lost.
I'm so
Can I-
lost and desperate.
What?
Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Oh no.
Does everybody
Oh,
do
no.
this? Leshka?
Oh, no.
The horde just comes back.
I believe that is a 26. Yeah, 26.
As the boys wail into the winds,
Hold on.
hoping for someone to hear,
The boys. I didn't
It's
say
with an eye.
I immediately assume that you're a part of this, Leshka.
Edward and Abinthy.
Uh.
We have our arms around our shoulders. We're swaying. Like Kumbaya, but like way more hopeless.
Help me!
it just gets into like some gospel choir. And I would
Help!
type it.
Lord! Help us on this day!
My madam sorceress.
You notice in the distance. At first, you think it's one of the lost, and you freak out for a second again. But slowly you realize it only has 2 arms instead of 5.
That's 3 less.
You see in the distance a short, looks like perhaps dwarvish, although not very stout, very gaunt dwarvish man in the distance, carrying a lantern, which now seems to be kind of irrelevant, just making his way in the distance.
Abinthy,
Alright,
slowly towards you.
hold on. Look, guys. Stop screaming at the sky and look.
what do you see?
Do you see
Did it
him?
work?
There's a guy.
Abinthy, I think it worked.
That's not the sorcerer's lady at all.
Uh,
It's a
He's
guy
not
with a
visible at
lantern.
all.
It's somebody.
Perhaps she can just disguise herself. There's a lot of creatures that can do that.
Or maybe
And
he just
besides,
knows
it's a
how to survive
potentially
in this place.
non-deadly creature.
Whatever. I start walking towards it.
Yeah. Ho there!
He just
Traveler!
waves.
Are you waving us to follow you?
He's
That's a
beckoning
yes.
us. This is
This-
a good sign.
Okay,
keep your
I
eye
don't
out
know
for any
about you,
nefarious
Hey,
but
DM.
I have never
I
been
grab Edward's
betrayed
shoulders.
by a mysterious
DM,
old man.
how far is he from us?
No, 300, 400 feet.
I grab Edward's shoulders.
Okay.
Remember the last time we followed an old man to wherever he led us?
He lied to
Okay,
us.
so
Everybody,
as
old
we,
men
as
can be
we
trusted.
get closer to him, because I
Ow.
assume we get closer to him, I am going to cast Detect Thoughts.
Detect thoughts. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Is that surface level thoughts?
Well, it starts out as surface level thoughts. I can just read the surface level thoughts of people's. As I get closer to
My
him,
feet hurt so badly from walking all the time. But another set of poor lost souls that my mistress has sent me for.
Yes.
I message mentally to Renaya. I think this guy is here to help us. He was sent by the mistress to help us, apparently.
Never mind, Edward. We can totally, completely, absolutely trust this man. Let's go.
Nailed it every time!
Mine's so fast.
Quickly now! Whoa!
You guys,
I pick up my robes.
Now-
and I'm
now-
just sidestepping in my
Okay.
knees.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I do have incredibly knobby knees for a 47-year-old.
you guys jaunt on over to him as he beckons you over, and he gives a court bow before opening his mouth, and you see that his tongue has been cut out.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh my.
Oh, you can't speak.
Leshka,
Gotcha.
this is great for you.
We're used to this.
I
Malice, you know.
I attempt to communicate with him mentally. And I just say, greetings, fellow traveler. It is a pleasure to see a friendly face in this place.
Was What's he saying, Leshka?
Greetings to you as well. I apologize that I will not be able to speak with you. This plane has left a toll on my mind, and unfortunately, in my weakness, I have done many and bad things.
What's he saying, Leshka?
Is he nice?
Okay. My name is Leshka, and this is Renaya and Abinthy and Edward.
My name is Rupert.
Rupert, it is a pleasure to meet you. And do
That's a
you
strong
work
name.
for the Lady Mistress Sorceress of this place?
Yes, I work for Miriam Azima.
Miriam
Hold on.
Azima. I
How
say
do you
that. I
spell
say
that?
that out loud to everyone. Miriam Azima.
M-I-R-I-A-M.
Finally.
A-
Seems friendly.
E-M-A.
And
Hold
how
on, last one.
how far is this lady from us?
Azima.
A-Z-E-M-A. Azima.
Eczema?
Azima, not eczema.
Ashy.
I hate you. Yes, Drew, what you're saying?
And
Lubriderm.
how far is this lady Azima from us?
Eczema.
Distance and time is all relative in the in-between. We will be there shortly.
Lovely. I say. All right. So he says we will be with see the mistress shortly. It's kind of wonky though.
Good.
I'm very
Another
excited.
bow before turning around and just walking.
Okay, we're following,
Yep,
I
yep,
guess.
we're going
Where
to
else to go? I mean,
God,
okay.
I'm so cramped in that.
Wow, this is the
Guys-
most useful Leshka's like psychic abilities have been ever.
Hey
You
man,
have no
if
idea.
you can't talk, you just crush it.
I've been,
Kinesis. You know.
I have the ability to make it completely irrelevant, but I want you to shine.
You follow Rupert as he leads on into seemingly nowhere. It's hard to tell. One thing that is interesting though is that as he goes on, it seems like you guys are moving faster than you did without him. If would anybody like to make a
Yes,
insight check into that, or a Arcana check, or anything like that?
I would
Go
love
for
to.
it. Make Arcana checks, people.
Now I'm interested.
Edward's not. He's just happy that this guy is here. He's like, I'll take it. You know?
19.
19.
Just an 18.
Is it like
18?
walking on one of those little like escalator
Sunshine.
things that are flat in the airport?
Yes.
That makes you go faster.
I only rolled an 11 DM.
You guys kind of start thinking, and it kind of clicks in your mind that if this is the in-between, it might be somewhat similar to the actual plane in dynamics per se. And much to the attestment of that, in the astral plane, you know that the force of your mind is what determines how you move. And while this clearly is not the case here, it seems like the strength of your will in where you're going and knowledge of where you're going seems to affect how quickly that comes, almost as if the plane ebbs and flows to your will. So when you're lost and hopeless, it seems like it goes on forever and ever and ever, never realizing where you are. Versus when you know where you're going, you know the destination, you've been there before, it seems as if that's just around the corner wherever you go.
That's really neat, actually.
I'm going to be updating the legend lore spell just as we go.
Just- Every second, you just
Yeah.
you have a little arcane computer in front of you that you're just
Yeah,
clicking away at.
In my mind palace, a different entity is sitting down on a stenographer
It's like when SpongeBob
desk.
has the filing cabinets.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
Legend lore is the fantasy equivalent of internet. Internet
Yeah.
was originally created to
Basically,
share
you
information.
can-
I'm on Legend lore Reddit right now. Guys,
Yeah,
you
you're
have
on the,
no idea.
You're on the Nico Muris wiki.
Yeah.
R
R/ Eldritch Places. I'm just talking about stuff.
You guys continue on for what seemed like a rather short while. You thought it before, but it was only a rather short while before a humble castle. Very, very humble. You can tell that it's castle-esque in nature. Like they have the walls and there's a couple little pillars and stuff like that. It's still partially ruined, and it's still relatively small. Like it'd be this castle, quote unquote, would be the size of a modern home, like a 4-bedroom home. So it's not big by any means. But it's the biggest building you've seen here, and
way he eats that pasta, man.
The eye contact is what really got me.
I saw it
Uh,
earlier too. It's pretty funny.
I've seen a lot of judgment.
You guys find
I'm
yourself in
proud.
this castle. At which point Rupert swings open the big wooden doors that lead into the keep. He leads you through this brief foyer and into a well-lit kind of like reading, living, entertaining area where there's rugs and chairs and all this different stuff. And there you see this strikingly beautiful woman. She has fair skin that has a lot of red undertones to it. She's very red in the nose and along the cheeks and around her eyes. She has these piercing, like ice blue eyes with long, flowing blonde hair that has braids that come up in front of her ears and up around the back of her head and down the back of up around the back to the top of her head, excuse me, and then down the back of her head. And she's sitting there reading this large tome. As you all arrive, she quickly stands. You can see she has she's wearing a white blouse that buttons up to a loose collar, and then she has on a like this, it's kind of a maroon skirt with a black that ties into this black corset that goes up and frames her chest. Kind of all very relatively simple garbs, nothing super extravagant or anything like that. But she stands as you arrive and says, "Ah, you must be our new guests. I am Miriam Azima. I think you might have heard of me."
Do I know the name Miriam Azima now? Like, am I more aware
No.
of it?
Yeah, Leshka. Wait, Leshka said it out loud.
But
I
yes,
mean-
you know that the sorcerer's name is Miriam Azima, and that's all you know.
I say, actually, my lady, I don't mean to speak for all of us, but sadly, the sound of your name has yet to reach my ears before today.
That is how it normally is, which is all right. I just assumed that hearing you call out into the wind that you knew of me. So, yes, I am your humble sorceress here to help.
Well, despite the fact of just recently learning of you, thank you for coming to our aid. We would have been destitute without it.
You would have ended up as the lost, which is a fate I beseech no one to deserve.
I presume those terrible creatures out there in the dark.
Unfortunate souls, yes.
my.
People who have either been in the Shadowfell or the in-between for far too long, having found themselves lost in the in-between. But thankfully, we avoided that fate with you, and we can kind of discuss your options. First of all, how did you all arrive here? Oh, actually, here, come, sit, please. And then she goes over to a small fire pit and just shoots the logs with a little bolt of fire, and this immediate, cozy, warm flame erupts within the fire pit, and within the fireplace, excuse me. And all of a sudden, there's a cozy atmosphere to the room. It smells faintly of cinnamon.
Ooh.
Tell me the story. How did you arrive here? Or at least,
Edward.
how did you unintentionally arrive here? Nobody comes here on purpose.
Edward kind of notions to Renaya, like, go ahead.
Can I get an insight check on her?
Go for it. Insight check.
Okay, that's dirty 20.
You get a few different things off of Jerry 20. First of all, you can tell that she's being genuine in her care for you. She genuinely wants to help people, and she genuinely feels a lot of empathy and concern towards the lost, and she wants to prevent that, and that's a genuine factor to her. You also could tell that she's holding back a lot of who she is and her history. She's not really giving you guys a whole lot about herself. You can tell that she's very, very old, and she's been around for a very long time, and you can tell with the confidence and the aura that she has around herself that she is at least extremely confident in her abilities, if not extremely powerful, and that's what's allowing her to have that confidence. You're not sure if it's a bluff or if it's backed up by fact, but it seems as if she is very confident in her abilities.
Doors. There's these doors we walked through, and then we got here.
A door.
Yeah.
Were you attempting to go somewhere else? Was this a planar portal, or were you traveling somewhere, or?
She looks at Abinthy.
It appears that the time of stories is nigh. Yes, my lady. We were on our way to the city of Sigil, or at least we were attempting to be. We are searching for a friend of these three, a bit of a new acquaintance, who was attempting to serve as a guide, although that apparently backfired and, well, in that we are not in the city of Sigil.
We were given direction by the minor god Malice.
I'm a minor. He's like
who,
a
And it wasn't a necessary adjective to add there, you know.
well, you know, sometimes people don't know of him, but I assume you do. And besides the point, we traveled deep into a small island for many hours to cross a pit of magma to a door, which we imagined would take us to Sigil, but we ended up here.
Yes. So you were attempting to travel through a planar portal to Sigil. That would be the 7th case of an instance like this. I have been noticing, unfortunately, there is an uptick in mishaps within planar travel. Ever since the Feywild was opened to outer planar beings, it seems as if that has caused a ruckus amongst the planes.
Would this per se affect teleportation circles?
Anything that deals with any type of planar travel, I imagine, I think teleportation circles would be attributed to that factor as well.
How was this Fey thing open?
Yes, I was about to ask the same. What's about that?
The Feywild, it has been opened.
What do you mean?
When
So-
did that happen? Hold on.
So, the Feywild is connected to the material plane. And so those two you can travel between in the thin spaces between the two planes very often, very easily. There's many ways to get to the Feywild from the material plane. The outer planes cannot get to the Feywild very easily, only through one or two planar pools within the astral plane, which hardly anybody actually spends any time in. And so getting to the Feywild, unless you're on the material plane, is an extremely difficult factor. Recently that was changed. The Orkfey, both summer and winter courts, have opened their plane to allow for much easier planar access.
And
That
could this
does make sense with the rumors that I heard that I was telling you guys before about some of the Autumn Daughters speaking with one of the dukes of the Winter Courts, trying to gain some sort of alliance. Perhaps that's came to fruition in this form.
And for us on the material plane, should we be afraid of this? Could there be negative consequence as a result?
Anything in the world can have negative consequence. I will admit that the Orkfey are crafty,
Oh,
and they
we
are
know.
lustful for power, and they do not do anything that they do not feel will have a net positive gain for themselves.
Do you know any reason why they did this?
Roll a persuasion check.
I don't suppose that the name, the anathema, means anything to you within recent history.
Within recent history,
Within recent history.
I cannot say so.
About ancient history.
Ancient history has more of an effect. Roll a persuasion check for you, Ebenthy.
Guys, should
Oh.
I just
Are you
should I
sure
just
that it's not
should I just
the
cast
sorcerer
detect
because he
thoughts?
asked the first one?
Should I just cast detect thoughts, guys?
What? Either
not
Ebenthy
yet.
or Leshka can roll a persuasion check with advantage. Renai, what did you get on your persuasion check?
21.
I can persuasion? I can roll persuasion with advantage. Sure.
I have a +4.
So I have a massive sunburn across my entire chest, and it really itches right now.
Show us. Just kidding.
He's done.
Ew.
Sorry, that wasn't supposed to be gross. Sorry.
It was funny.
Renaya, she looks at you. I would imagine that they are trying to be more open to other planar beings, communicating and interacting with them. Which, in my personal and humble opinion, I hope none of you are Fae, but I believe this to be a dangerous situation. Drew, what'd you get?
A 26 on persuasion.
Good.
As for the anathema, they are a scourge upon the land. Sorcerers who have sold anything that they have a part of them to gain power, and are willing to sacrifice as many or anything to gain more. They served as a advisory group and a point of power for a warlord during the Age of Pandemonium. I can't remember his name though. What was that? He was intimidating and strong. I remember that much.
Is this DJ or is this the lady?
This is her.
Okay.
I haven't thought of those days.
Remind me, what are
Yes.
what's the one god
Great old one, God.
the
A bell.
no,
Dang it! I was so excited to know.
the one that like I'm pretty sure it's one of Cather's gods, but is the
Orgal?
one
Orgal.
is he the one who stops it before it gets
Like
bad?
Malkuma.
Oh no, Malkuma, the god of the Order Domain, who kills things before they can cause problems.
Yeah.
That is not one of Cather's gods, but his name is Malkuma. Yeah, what about her?
Malkuma?
Nailed it.
Renee's just listing off these people. Oh, there's Malkuma, there's Oracle.
It's like going. You're like reading through this song, but it's of all the gods.
This is certainly
President
very
song.
troubling news to hear that the Fae have opened up their borders. Now, and isn't it true? Leshkus is turning towards Renai and Edward as he says this, that you guys discovered that the Fae were being manipulated by the anathema, right? That's why they tried to go to war with Ocleron.
To be clear, for my mind and the viewers' minds, the anathema is
Are
that
the
group
wizard
of
people.
wizards. Yes.
Group of
Okay.
wizards,
So,
yeah.
for those listening in us, the group of wizard people that was essentially discovered at the end of last chapter. They're powerful.
They were
and-
like the big bad of
Yeah,
last
one of
chapter.
them was the big bad of last chapter.
Yeah.
Caused the downfall of Athal, all that stuff. So, just so I know and they know, yes, it seemed as if the anathema was working alongside the Fae to wreak havoc and gain power. Don't really know why.
It just
Renaya,
certainly
do you remember anything I don't?
The anathema was around presently.
Yes. Within the past
3
3
years ago,
years, some activity of theirs has popped up.
we killed one of them.
Well, those two did, and a couple others, but not us two. Us two.
Yes, I was not there for this.
And they know nothing of this place, as far as you are aware, correct?
As far as I
This
know.
place, the Grey Escape?
We
They-
I don't
didn't
think
know anything
anybody,
about this
I don't
place,
think
so-
anybody knows about this.
I mean, we didn't know about this place until we showed up. So
Good. Okay. Good.
I'm quickly taking down my posts on legendlore.net.
We do really have time to
Ebony,
chat.
go ahead.
with them.
Go ahead and make a perception check for me, real quick. Or everybody can go ahead and make a perception check too. As you guys have been looking around.
Oof.
30-20.
Okay,
24.
11.
Real
What's
bad.
Renai and Ebony, you guys notice these at different times, and it's not, you don't think it's overly important detail. But one thing you do notice about her, as she's begun to look into the fire and kind of look off in the distance, you do notice she has what almost looks like a brand behind her ear. At first, it's hard to tell because she has her hair tucked back, and so you can't see it all. But she has this symbol, which is a circle with these different lines scratched through it, which does actually make something. I know it looks like chicken scratch at the moment, but it does actually make something.
But with a line through it.
Go ahead and
Let's
make
send a pic in
history
Discord.
check, Evan T.
Oh, a history
What
check?
Would I have ever seen anything?
Sure, maybe history
She's
check.
been
tonight.
digging through the
I've been
tomes.
doing a lot of research.
Maybe send a pic in Discord, DJ. Also, how do you spell anathema?
I put it in the chat.
Oh, awesome. Okay, thank you for chat.
26 on mine.
ANATHEMA.
13.
Okay. Ebenthy, you do recognize this. It is a dialect of ancient Elvish. You don't really know it super well, but you do recognize this to be the word fear branded behind her ear in probably one of the original scripts of Elvish. Very faint white scarring, as this is an extremely old brand behind her ear. It's just a detail you haven't noticed.
Do you have some conflict with the anathema, was it?
The anathema has conflict with anyone who does not bow to them, and I certainly will not bow to them.
Well, neither will we. We
Good.
have that in common.
I would recommend either removing them entirely or staying out of their way.
Do you suspect that the anathema had any reason to work with the Fae to bring these outer realms closer to the material plane, or even closer to the Fae itself? Do you think they had any foul play? Any
If the
reason?
anathema and the Fae are working together, I'm sure there are reasons for it. As for the Fae opening their planar gates, I would not be surprised if bringing beings from the outer planes to the material plane was within their plans. I do not know the reasons for that, but I would not be surprised.
Well, this certainly became very troubling.
And if this were to be a problem on the material plane, how would one or many theoretically go about solving this problem?
Bringing creatures from the outer
Of-
planes to the material plane, or
Of fixing the opening in the Fae? Is there anything that people could do?
the borders of the Feywild being open to the outer planes is a decision and one under the authority only of the Archfey.
Lovely.
That is not something that will be changed unless they see fit for it. As for protections to the material plane and other things, there are obviously things you can do. Planar gates can be shut. You can block moon pools, and you can set up guardians and all of the works, but I do not know to what effect, and we do not know truly what the purpose of all this is. I'm sorry. I am now realizing that we have gone from trying to save you from this place to planar politics. I do not wish to bore you with.
Well, it is all right. It is something that we have actually been looking into in some regard. Some of us have been concerned by appearances of Fae and other beings. more recently, and
And
it's
I-
it's very glad to have more information as to why and what we might be able to do.
Yes,
what steps we
I'm-
might take.
I am happy to help. I realize that you all introduced yourselves to me, but I am rather terrible with names, and if you could all repeat those, and if you have any titles or authority amongst the planes that might resonate to an old soul, feel free to share those as well. I am
Looks directly at Renaya. Just
I am Leshka Nazir. It is a pleasure, scholar and traveler and librarian of the Scholar's Guide.
Scholar's Guide. I am happy to hear that they are still in service. Have all the libraries been opened?
Not yet. DM, did we ever actually like manage to open up that one like old lore one? Did that happen? No. Okay. Secrets. Okay.
I find that fascinating that it is not all they've not all been opened yet.
Well,
Although I do suppose that we did a good job when it was built. So
whoa.
do. Do
I'm
not speak the old magic to me,
I'm
sorcerer.
sorry. I'm sorry.
I was there when it was written.
You were there when it was built?
no. I
That's
just
covered.
I have been around for a long time, and
Is she
I
lying?
know that. Roll an insight check. I am surprised that after all these years that they have not managed to open all the libraries.
I don't know if she's lying.
Great, perfect.
Quick question.
Yes, darling.
So, like, what we heard is like you're older than like time itself, and you've lived many, many lives, kind of thing. Do you know this language? She pulls out her wand.
Yeah, I thought the
Hey,
same
there you
thing
go. It's,
earlier. I'm glad
worth
I'm
asking.
glad
Look,
you're also thinking.
I wasn't
about
gonna say anything. That's not my place.
I did not
I
think of
mean,
it for the record.
A lady never tells her age, but I'd be happy.
But do you know?
Make an insight check real quick.
She's going to kill you in the next 10
And
seconds.
she's gonna steal the rod for herself.
What are
Okay.
they doing with
With
this?
Insight, that's an 18.
They stole it.
You see a flash across her face as she immediately recovers, but for a moment there is shock, maybe fear, when she sees and recognizes the language before she immediately kind of steals herself. I think this is before even my time. I cannot read this.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well, that's
Bummer.
not good. That's
So
great.
you are Leshka, and I suppose this is a good segue. And you are looking at you right now.
Right. All the titles?
As many as you wish to share. You seem to all carry yourself with at least some level of authority. So I'm just trying to understand who I'm in the presence of.
I'm Renaya. Renaya Vey. Renaya Kukugan.
That's new.
The Halak.
Oh, it's the half orc.
And Queen of the Chained.
Is that demonic in origin?
Abyssal, yes. I'm watching her when I say the Halak and my title.
Whoa, you said halak? No.
Straight up.
Were you not even listening, my guy?
I missed that part.
It
I was
doesn't pay attention to
coughing.
any, but it's not talking. Right? It's not.
He was making a gag.
We were doing a bit.
All right. And you are Edward.
I want to
She
read
said
on
my
her.
name. Wait, she's
Go for it.
Okay, yeah, go
Roll an
ahead.
insight check.
Read. Read it. I have plenty to say.
That's oh god, what's that number? That's a 13 plus 21.
She's sus, isn't she?
She definitely is suddenly very suspicious. Reading into it, you kind of get the sense that she's hesitant with most non-material planers, it seems like. Especially ones that have a reputation as demons. And so, while she's not treating you any differently, you definitely can tell that that was a warning bell in her own mind. And you are?
My name is Edward N. Fellows, a leader among the Oclaranian people, and I regret to say that the people standing in this room, minus perhaps our friend we are looking for, or in addition to, might be the best people on the material plane to deal with interplanar conflict. This isn't our first time.
I don't suppose
We
you've
took
heard
down-
of Fate's Gambit, have you?
Fate's who?
Fate's Gambit.
That's what
Lashka.
we
The
were known as.
heroes of
Lashka's-
Oclaron.
Yes, all
Lashka,
that.
Lashka.
We took
The
down
saviors of Athala.
Lashka,
tyrannical
but you're
rulers
overdoing-
of
No,
Oclaron
No, Leshka,
named
please, we talked
Prosius.
about this. You can't do that every time we meet new people.
We managed to best one of the anathema alone. We lost, you might want to know their name, Tarak, who traveled with us and was the single reason that we had a chance against the anathema and reclaimed Athala. He has fallen in that very fight as a martyr to save the world, and instead the orcs as welcomed citizens of Oclaron. Beyond that, Cather Ebenthar, who's also of note, a moon elf who follows the trio of death gods, who has received visions, traveled with one named Melora, who Tarak claimed to be an autumn daughter early on, and that seems to be relevant as of recently. My cousin, by the way. We also lost her, and the last one, Havel, who we also lost. A bit of a rebellious type who managed to aid us in our early travels. We just so happened to find ourselves where we needed to be when we needed to be, and we got what needed to be done. And I assure you, if Oclaron, Rivaluna, or any of the rest of the material plane needs saving, we would be the ones to step up and do something about it.
And as a note, we are, the reason we're traveling through the plains here is actually in seeking the help of Mr. Cather Ebenthar. Cabin Ebenthar? Cather
Cabin
Ebenthar.
Ebenthar.
That's my
Captain-y,
summer
baby.
resort.
With who he himself actually has been investigating the anathema and the presence of autumn daughters recently, and is the reason we are trying to travel to Sigil.
And enough about us. This is my good friend.
Yes.
Here's
My name-
us, these epic people. Also, here's him. He's not with us.
Look, all
Big
right.
A.
I'll step up to the plate. Yes, I'm Tripwitz, the traveling tailor. I've been known by many different titles, far too many to count, in one sitting, and most of them unkind. But a few of them I've been known as Raikama, the Mountain Sage, the Archon of the Arcane, Stitch Wizard, the Great Weaver, and the Enemy of God.
Enemy of God.
Just a few of them.
I see I'm in the presence of truly epic beings.
I wouldn't go that far.
Not as epic
I
as
am-
you, I assume.
Sorry for your losses. It seems as if you've all faced great tragedy. But I am glad that the anathema do not have an enemy. Or that the anathema have an enemy, excuse me. They are vile and vicious people that should not be allowed to see the sun. So, shall we return you to your home?
Well, we do need to go to the plane of the city of Sigil.
All right.
I
I
don't
might.
know about everyone else, but I could also use just a rest if that would be all right.
Absolutely.
Just fine.
Yes.
We
And
have
if
to.
I may, our good friend Cather is also a bit lost and needing of assistance.
It is very easy to get lost in Sigil. It is a place of no names and many doors. I might be able to help get you to Sigil. There are two things that we will need. First, we must wait for the distance between planes to shorten, as that gives us at least a semblance of accuracy in where we're going. And so it should only be a few hours. It seems to rotate rather quickly here. Ideally, we would like also an anchor to ground the planar portal to a place or a being, as with all of the tampering going on between the planes. It would be very helpful if you had an item that either connected to the material plane or to Cather Ebenthar, I believe was his name.
That's
Something
what
along
we were
the
asking
lines
about that.
of something like that we might be able to anchor our portal to him, or the material plane, or even to Sigil if any of you have anything from Sigil.
Oh gosh, I'm racking my brain here, guys.
I look
You
at
got
the
anything?
three people that know who we're trying to save.
So we're looking for something of Cather's, right? Or
Yes.
something relating to him. I
Yeah.
guess is what we're
Something
looking
that
for.
will connect us to Cather.
Maybe like he probably keeps his mask with him. I'm guessing.
Yep. Yep. Edward just
Yeah,
pulls
yeah.
Cather's mask out in his back pocket, you know.
No.
I've been Cather the whole time.
No, like, wait. So does this thing need, like, does it go away with it? Like, what happens with the thing we
No, it
anchor?
anchors. It would stay with you.
What about
I
Melora's
take out
broken
Ruat.
bow? Hey, there we
I was
go.
gonna say Ruat's that's a good anchor right there.
That
That
seems like an
literally tied
easy
us
answer.
together.
I feel like I should have figured that out earlier.
You pull out Ruat, and she immediately stands and backs away just a little bit. Where did you get that?
Touchy, touchy.
Had it for a while now.
Cather found it. A vision. It's where he met the Autumn Daughter.
Not some
None of this would have happened without it.
What was that? Could you repeat that briefly?
And Autumn Daughter was looking for that.
Well,
I think no. It was more of
uh,
like she stumbled
quite.
upon it.
it was
Same with
well.
Cather.
So
And
if I remember correctly, Melora, one of the previous members that of Fate's Gambit, encountered it, stumbled upon it really, and found Cather in the process, preventing a man named Prosius from obtaining the rod. Prosius, who was
working with the
working
anathema.
for the anathema, and was the original catalyst that led to the fall of Athala and Octhoron.
And I
that,
want to be
what
clear.
Leshka said.
This seems a bit misleading. Melora, although her past was a mystery, was certainly not working with the Fae. As much as we could tell, it seemed as if the Fae had something against her even. One of the Fae, the Fire one, forget their
Zastari.
name, Sistari, was the
yes.
one who actually killed Melora. Perhaps for something that we don't know of. But that's all we know. And Cather's visions granted by his death gods were certainly involved.
And you are now the sole proprietor of this object.
Looks at Renaya.
And how did that happen?
Bit complicated. So, Melora got killed by the Fae, which untied those two, and then both Catherine and I were pretty torn up about it. So then he came over to hug me, which tied us two together. And then, like, it was long story short, I killed him, tried to bring him back, didn't work. His gods brought him back because he's like real close with them, so he's good now. But I have it now.
And do you know what that is?
I mean, I know the basics about it.
We don't know much, to be honest.
It's kind of a
I've had
mission of
some
hers
theories,
to figure
but
it out.
I just learned about it like a couple months ago.
You should go far away and bury that in the sand. Never to touch it again. It is
Why?
not something meant to see the light of day.
Why?
It's helped us. It's healed us.
It is tricksy that way, yes.
Trixie Hobbitses.
You stole it.
I need to
Stole
know
it
about
from
this.
Can't tell you anything about that.
Yes, you can.
I
Uno reverse.
wish I could. But
Why can't you?
trust me on this. You want nothing to do with that.
This
Do
is
you
all
have
I
anything?
have right now.
This is all you have to connect you to your friend.
This is the best thing I've got. Also, just I need this. And I need to know about it. And if you don't tell me, I'll find somebody else who will.
Naya, not to make matters worse, but I feel like maybe we should listen to her. She seems kind of serious about this.
She's given me no reason. I don't know anything. I don't know why. I can't just trust her word. I need to know why.
I guess that's fair enough. You'd agree?
I cannot speak of its history.
Can
I
you
physically am not able to. And
think of
she-
it?
Tucks her hair behind her ear and reveals the symbol behind, which you can see is now faintly, almost smoldering.
Are you,
Oh.
my lady, are you able to think of it?
No, I mean yes, but you would not be able to reach it. Reach.
It's
my
one of
mind.
those legally binding contracts of like you. What are those
An
called?
NDA.
Yeah, NDA, non-disclosure. Yeah. Tricky.
I can say that it is a horde instrument designed for death and destruction.
That makes sense why Prasius wanted it. I suppose the anathema could be looking. The Fae, this seems like something they'd want.
I'm sure that they would have looted it off your bodies as soon as they killed you all. And that might be a reason that you were targeted to retrieve this.
I'm gonna cast Detect Magic.
Okay. You cast Detect Magic, and most of the keep has magical wards and barriers around it. A variety of different schools. A lot of it abjuration, some of it evocation, a little bit of conjuring, a little bit of divination.
I care more about the tattoo. That's what I'm really looking for. Or the scar.
You can see that there is that the scar is magical, and it does not have a particular school that it's associated with. It is much older than that. Obviously, you have all the magic items on your person. There's a couple magic items on her person, and a couple specific magic items within the room and around the keep as well.
I know that it's
You
slim
notice that
chance.
Ruat and her scar are of similar associations of magic.
I know that there's a slim chance, but Abthy specializes in, first of all, the root of magic in and of itself, and he has researched a lot into ancient magics. He's going to speak up and say, Lady Azima, I know that there's a slim chance, but it would interest me at least if you would. Could I attempt to dispel is such a crude word. I know that obviously I don't have much of a chance, but I am interested in how old magic works. Would you be all right with me attempting to unencumber you of this scar or curse or blockage?
I appreciate where your heart is, but it is something I volunteered for.
Oh, well, that sucks. Could I just examine it very closely?
You're
I may
welcome.
need it in future.
She sits down. She sits back down at the on the edge of her chair, and pulls her hair back to the side so that you can look at the back of it.
I would like to understand every part of this magic.
I would like to know everything. Make an Arcana check.
That's a thing that I
Upload
want
a picture to the
good at.
Reddit.
Yeah.
As
Found this
Triple
weird
Witch is
scar.
looking over and everything, you do notice that she's like, every once in a while, like she's definitely keeping a decent eye on Ruat.
Interesting.
Just be good this
She's
time.
almost scared of it.
Yeah, makes sense.
And what's my bonus to this? Tell me it's good.
You got the Sabinthy.
Uh,
And thick.
just for kicks and giggles, would I be able to gain advantage in any sense, way, shape, or form? From
I mean, you are in a room full of spellcasters, so
I was
I'm
gonna
sure
say, can I
what I'm
help him?
asking. Is that
Sure.
a thing?
Go for it, yeah.
Because it's not bad. I just want to see if I can do better.
Aaron's going for that 40.
Get a nat 20.
I'm trying real hard. All right. Oh my
Wait.
god, it happened. That's
No.
literally a natural 20. 33.
Just saying, I just double helped Aaron. Since I gave
You-
him advantage, and I used my my superpower.
Yes, you use your power.
You begin looking over this, and you learn a decent amount. First of all, as you look over it and you have more chance than just a simple detect magic, but more of a chance to specifically study this, you do realize that this magic is a mixture of arcane and religious. It's almost before magic was separated. You do know that whoever bound her in this form has the most powerful magic you've ever encountered or heard of. As you examine it, you also notice that while, yes, it still says fear, you notice that you're actually wrong in your initial examination of it, and it's not ancient, super ancient Elvish. You don't actually know the dialect of it, but you do recognize that ancient Elvish was pulled from this. It's the origin of ancient Elvish.
So kind of like the, you know how in IRL there's like the base language with like the script alphabet that all these other languages are based off
it's
of.
the
kinda like
Latin
that,
to
like
our
the
English.
OG,
Exactly.
the
It's
OG
like if
language.
Elvish was English, this is Latin. Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
this is
Gotcha.
this
Yes,
is like
that's what I
this
mean.
is like pre-Babylonian.
yeah.
Shoot.
Given enough time, DM.
Uh-huh.
Time and effort.
Uh-huh.
I know that I'm just some paltry little guy.
Uh-huh.
But do I think that given enough time and effort, I could undo it?
You genuinely think that there's not a creature in the world that could undo this.
I'm willing to prove you wrong.
As you look through, you do
I'm working on it.
recognize within the magics that there are certain fail-safes designed for it. Or not fail-safes, I shouldn't say that. There are certain ways to get past it. You don't know what they are, but it does seem as if whatever the results of this magic there are ways to undo it, but it's not through traditional arcane means like I'm going to dispel it. There's specific criteria that have to be met.
It's like destroying an artifact where you have to like carry it to the tip of Mount Celestia and bathe it in the tears of Satan for 20 years.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. I'll
Yes,
keep
Renaya.
that in mind.
Renaya's gonna go over to Leshka and kind of face away from Miriam, and just to kind of get Leshka's attention and like just tap her.
Yeah. He'll connect the two of their minds.
Slick.
And then mentally, Renaya's going to say to Leshka, "Okay, so she is clearly very uncomfortable with Ruat, as well as me.
Yes,
But
I did pick up on that.
Yeah. But she lied. She knows this language. She has to.
I did have a sneaking suspicion. However, I'm not very good at reading people, surprisingly. I'm good at reading their minds.
I know, but you're very charming in a very clumsy way.
Thank you.
I need you to work that charm for me.
And ask her to help translate.
See if you can get more out of it. Don't get me involved, okay?
So you're asking me to seduce her?
Of course.
Like,
Don't worry, I am a master
has
of it.
nothing to do with me, okay?
Yep.
Understood?
Uh-huh.
Do not include me in talking about this. If you talk about me, she's not gonna want to share anything.
Yeah. How do I bring up?
Leshka?
Naya is.
How do I bring up
She's
the
taboo.
language of the runes on
Here's
Ruat
the
without
map.
making her think of Ruat or Renaya?
Here's the map. You have to give this back to me. I know you want to take it back to the library, but we're not going back to the library. We'll put it back in the library eventually, okay?
Belongs in a museum.
But for now, work your
and
magic.
To clarify, Renaya didn't show her the map, right? She just showed her like Renaya's like notes of the script.
What did you show her? Did you show her the map or was it
I
just
mean, in my brain, I was showing her Ruat,
okay,
but
okay.
That's
then
what
when
the-
she
that's what I thought as
but then
well.
she reacted differently later with Ruat. So I figured then we just like
For the sake of a brevity,
we
you
made it
showed
like we
notes,
showed her the
and
notes,
then you showed Ruat, and now you're
and
gonna
then we
show them.
showed Ruat, and now we're gonna show the map.
Yeah. the map. Okay.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah. This is a good
Find
avenue,
the
maybe.
map.
I guess.
And
So-
Renaya's gonna like stand a bit away
I'm
to
just
give.
gonna go meander over here. Oh, I wonder what's on this bookshelf. You know.
Wow. And
Um,
also, like, she's gonna put away Ruat because she can tell it's making her uncomfortable.
Yeah. So Leshka he'll just kind of let the conversation just kind of go on naturally for a little bit.
Goes sits next to her, scoots a little closer. Scoots a little
Abinthy's eyes
closer.
are filled with so many gold threads that there's almost no blue left. He is right next to you as this is happening, just staring like moving arcane sigils in midair.
Epic.
He looks like he's like seeing into the creation of the world itself.
That's pretty
Having a
Doctor
great time.
Strangey. Beep, 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 boop, boop, beep, beep, boop, boop.
Yeah. Okay. So then after a little while, maybe after Abinthy is done like investigating the
This is
the
gonna be
thing,
like an hour, dude.
that's fine. We have like 3 to 4 hours, you know.
While he's examining me, can I interest anybody in a cup of tea?
Examining. I
Oh,
love
cup of-
tea.
A cup of tea would be lovely. Yes, of course.
Ooh.
She snaps her
Please.
fingers, and off the mantle of the fireplace, a couple mugs fly off the shelf itself, and then they like rest themselves over the fire for a little bit before coming back out, and they have liquid in them. One flies to all 5 of you.
A candlestick and a clock start
They have
singing.
whatever you want in them.
Oh, nice.
Icy
Oolong
orange.
tea, baby.
Orange.
Orange
Mold
icy.
icy orange.
Oh no, how did I know? This tea is delectable. We're role-playing
very,
this?
Very, very lovely. Thank you. I appreciate this.
Renaya sips tea in
Sips
corner,
quietly.
looking off to the side.
That's exactly
Guys,
what I
how do
wanted.
I do this? So
babe? Could you
You
look at
got
this
like
map?
7 minutes,
after
buddy.
a little after a little bit, again, like maybe after Abinthy is done and like it's maybe people are kind of having their own little side conversations, doing things on their own. Leshka will sit not directly next to her, but kind of near her if possible.
Okay.
I don't know if that's possible.
100%.
My lady, I was curious, actually.
Yes.
You see, within the libraries of the Scholar's Guide, there are many notes about ancient times, some that are unreadable and undecipherable because of the ancient languages. I was curious. There is this map. That I recently found. Actually, would you be at all willing to help me look at it, try to decipher where this might be and what it's trying to guide towards?
Yes, I'd be happy to look at it. Can I see it?
Yes, I pull it out and hand it to her.
You pull it out and you hand it to her.
Oh
And
gosh,
she looks
she's
at it.
holding it.
She looks up at you, Leshka, before she throws it in the fire.
This?
It's fine. It's fine.
PG-13. PG-13.
Oh no.
Renaya does a spit take.
She kind of stands up, takes a step away. I want you to know that was not out of malicious intent to anybody. Simply that information should have been burned long ago. And you should forget it.
What was that?
Nothing. Don't worry your pretty little face about it.
That was
To answer your
not
question, I
mine.
cannot.
Clearly you can, because you knew it was dangerous enough to burn it. So clearly you're lying. That's not even a good lie.
He has a point. Actually.
I suppose the better way of saying that is no. I refuse to decipher that.
Renaya's
that is a
teacup
more accurate-
shatters.
That is much more accurate. Thank you at least for being honest this time.
Do not
Ah.
as
Two
if
things-
I do this out of malice. I warned you that I will not speak of these actions.
Yeah, hey, DM.
Yes, Aaron.
When she threw that into the fire, could
Yeah.
I
No.
very stealthily cast a cantrip with incredible canonical prowess?
Stealth. Which cantrip?
canonical?
The spell Control Flames.
Oh.
Yeah, you can make the attempt. Go ahead and roll a
Arcana, please.
roll a
please.
dexterity
this map.
arcana check.
That's fine.
You can save this map.
Okay.
I believe in you, triplets.
You go, baby.
Yeah, teacup is shattered. Renaya's eyes locked on this fire. Bro, I'm about
29.
to fight this lady.
Don't.
I won't.
I mean,
But I
honestly,
want
I'm
to.
right there. I'm right
She'll
there
mess
with
us
Lydia,
up.
to be honest.
Wait, what'd you get, Aaron? Sorry.
29.
Ooh.
It's pretty high.
And it's very high. She also rolled a 29, so I'm trying to figure what exactly happened.
Hey,
That's
Mito beats it.
unfortunate. Let's hope that she was the one creating the DC and I'm just the one attempting to hit it.
Hey, that
I mean,
sounds
that is
good
fair.
to
She's the
me,
one
I
who
don't
threw
know.
it into the fire.
She tosses it into the fire. You guys all stand up. As she tosses it in the fire, you notice that she's paying attention to it. She wants to make sure that this is gone. Triplets, you go to cast this cantrip, Control Flames, and she does counterspell it.
Counterspell.
Okay.
Yo, we're having a counterspell war.
Oh my god, you guys.
And
I don't.
roll.
Well, what level is she casting the counterspell?
I can't tell you what that is, but I
That's
need you
true.
to roll.
Oh my god.
I mean, in theory, she's trying to counter cantrip. There's no reason she wouldn't cast it at third.
I think DJ doesn't want us to have this map, guys. Maybe we can cheese the game.
Well, maybe
Hey,
the DM wouldn't have
he
given us to the
gave me
first
the map.
place.
I've
That's
had
true,
this
you
map
know.
for 2 sessions.
It's not
you
like
know, that's
the information
should
on
be
that, but
expected at
Roll,
this
roll your
point.
dice, Drew.
You roll your dice, you move your mice. Nobody
Well, it's
gets
not
hurt.
great, so it's probably not gonna work.
I'm facing the consequences of my actions.
When will you learn?
When will you learn that your actions have consequences?
That's us right now.
Okay.
We'll make.
What'd you get?
We're almost to 4 hours. What'd you get,
Grant,
Drew?
shut up.
Just saying.
Grant.
Tick tock.
Tick tock.
So that
Stop.
is.
Not now.
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, it's not high enough. It's only an 11.
That do it. Yeah.
So I'm assuming it's not counterspelled.
It is not counterspelled.
What the fuck does she cast it at?
Well, I mean, at least at level 4. I'll counterspell it.
Oh, wait. Whoa.
I'm going to use a 5th level spell.
Okay, that will not succeed.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
doing it at like 9th level.
So I can still
What is
attempt
that?
to beat it.
She's probably doing it at like 9th level.
It's pretty high up there, but
She's like, this map not
See
making
what
out
I
of this
can
fire,
do.
by the way. Nice try.
that's a. Let's see. Just to double check how counterspell works.
10 plus your spells.
Using
Sorry.
my spellcasting ability, which is intelligence, that'll be a 25. I crit again.
No.
Nice, well done.
Oh,
You
going
counter.
hot.
She goes to counterspell you. You go to counterspell her. That fizzles away. You go to counterspell her counterspell, which fizzles her counterspell away. At which point she just
The
reaches
room
into the fire.
explodes.
She just reaches into the fire and grabs.
I was
it.
actually going to do the same thing.
Oh gosh, this is
Both hands in.
Can Leshka say something at this
you
point?
have a cute meat moment.
Can,
Yeah,
can
I'm like-
Leshka say something at this moment to try and
I also have a thing to say.
DM? Is that loud?
You can say something. She's holding on to it.
My lady, if I may be so bold, I recognize the pain that this information has caused. However, whether you like it or not, this information is coming to light because it is being pursued by dark and evil creatures. You can either help us in allowing us to gain knowledge on how to fight and negate against it, or you will continue to stop us, allowing the enemy to gain the upper hand, and possibly lead to the end of the world. Please help us. At least allow us to try to help.
You speak to me as if you've seen the horrors that this information causes.
But you have. And there are creatures, there are beings who are seeking after it, and we're the only people who are stopping that from happening. Please.
And yet there are beings just like you, are there not? Who can pry into your mind and steal this information. The best defense for this is for nobody to know about it.
And they will find it regardless.
Impossible.
You know it not to be true. Arcane knowledge has always been recovered.
I have lived 5,000 years in defense of this information, and I will not see it be burned into the minds of children.
I
Yeah, what's
take
to
out
stop-
Ruat.
And what's to stop someone
Oh,
from finding
gosh,
it again
this
from
is
you?
going downhill.
My
I'm
lady,
smelling a
please.
cliffhanger.
What'd you say, Leshka? I missed it.
And what's to stop someone from taking it from you? You yourself know there are powerful, powerful forces at play here. And you
And I
cannot
have-
fight them by yourself.
For millennia against it. I have sealed myself away in a place nobody can get to.
Except some people can get here.
Only those who find it by accident. Only the lost can find this place.
If I may, I feel a bit out of place. However, the gods that Cather serves, they were the ones that initiated our journey. We got to Ruat before Prasius did, and we have never once used it for nefarious reasons. In fact, we've, without
You've only
knowing
killed
it,
its name.
managed... Sorry, what?
You've only killed in its name.
I wouldn't say it was for Ruat, it just... We kind of happened to be forced into having it. And to be fair, we did manage to take down an anathema, and I can assure you, buried or not, we will guard it. Perhaps this is exactly what Cather's gods foresaw. Maybe this is how it's meant to be.
Both of our hands are just in
You
the
are-
fire right now, just roasting.
Renaya does step forward.
Welcome, Raiders. I want to see who it was.
hello.
-2 charisma. This is near the end of the episode, but hang in there.
It's very tense right now.
Very tense, but welcome, welcome.
Do not challenge me, little girl,
You're supposed to help the lost.
and I will send you home.
I've lost everything. I need that to get it back.
Be grateful I'm not wiping your mind of any scrounge of information on this. She looks to you, Triplewitz.
Yes.
Kindly remove your hand.
My lady, I'm not a part of this group. Not yet, at least. And I frankly have no idea of any of the words that they have just said up until this point. I met them 3 years ago, but I am a delver of secrets. I am someone who has searched for a lot of ancient information in the past. The troubling thing is, if what you say is true, then this piece of paper doesn't truly matter. If they can just pull it from the minds of whatever creature they wish. Is that correct? You said that.
I'm waiting for a question.
That is my question. Is that accurate? They can pull memories of this thing from anyone.
Potentially, it is not uncommon magics. It does
Okay,
not mean
so-
that this information is safe to be just flying around either.
Renaya, where did you find this piece of paper?
Some place thing at the library.
So it was at the library, the Scholar's Guide.
That means more people must know about
Yes.
it.
On average, how many people are in the Scholar's Guide on a given day?
Lashka, you work there.
On average, anywhere between 25 to 50 people traveling through.
This
Who knows? This
map
could be a
is-
copy.
This map is already damaged, correct? Which means that someone had to have damaged it at one point in time. Now, I don't know what time that was, but how many people do you think that person has met, that he has referenced this to? Or perhaps not. There are probably thousands or more people who understand that this fragment of map exists. Some of them may have excellent memory. I, for one, I don't have a photographic memory. Of course, photographs don't exist, but we're going to use that term anyway.
Sketched memory.
A picture, a painting-esque memory.
Hey, there
Yes.
you go.
I would at least be able to pull a majority of it to mind at a moment's notice. The only thing that you're doing right now, if you choose to destroy this, is taking away hope.
Taking away hope. You do not even know what you are dealing with.
Correct. We are but insignificant mortal lives that flicker and die.
I would not describe you as insignificant, but nonetheless, you claim that this scrap of paper brings hope, when all it will do is bring destruction. She turns to you,
Perhaps.
Raya. I grieve your loss. and I would be happy to help you recover what you have lost. But this is not.
I've been trying for so long to find anything, and that is the only thing I can find. Nobody will help me, and nobody will give me any answer.
Because you seek answers that bring about the end of the world. You seem like a nice girl. You seem like someone who wants to help. Do not become the Halak. Be you. And forget this quest that you have given yourself. And she's gonna cast Disintegrate on the piece of paper.
I don't know what to say, man. This is news to all of us, I think. I mean, none of us really knew what this map was, or Renaya's goal
It
even.
slowly
I guess.
sizzles and fades in her hand.
Renaya's face doesn't change, but tears are streaming.
My lady, with all due respect,
Oh gosh, again, another milady.
Milady.
I'm sorry. I think it's funny.
Well, she's
Yeah,
royalty.
his tears are
proper
like streaming
respect.
down her face.
As a noble, Edward would know the correct way to address royalty.
Oh my gosh.
She's not technically royalty. She's just
as we
Well,
are the
She lives in a castle, dude.
meager mortals, I hope this does not seal our fates to death.
if you knew what I was doing, you'd understand that I am trying to prevent that as well.
But you can be wrong.
It is rare and far. But true. I can be wrong.
Seems this meeting was inevitable. I do hope that good comes of it.
May I ask, what are you?
No, you may not ask.
Well, I already did, but now you're just being rude. You don't seem like a god because you came before gods existed.
Yes, technically.
All right. Well,
But-
so if you're not going to tell me, I'm going to take a couple stabs. The
She goes
brand on
and
your
while you
neck.
take a couple of stabs, she goes and she just sits down and she just puts her like face in her hands, clearly tired.
Renaya's just crying.
the
Fleshko
brand on your
will
neck
sit next to
is a
Renaya and give a comforting hug.
Dude.
Came before ancient Elvish. You said you were 4,000 years old at least. How long ago did the trial occur?
5,000 years ago.
5,000.
5,000, yeah, my bad.
So you were post-god. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you weren't there before the trial. Pandemonium came before the trial happened. Am I correct on that?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's a rebel anathema. Whoa, what if though? That would be kind of sick.
DJ's like,
But,
write that
you
down,
know,
write that down.
whatever.
Write that down. Well, we have to wait until the planes get closer before we are able to leave. Is that correct?
Yes, planes must get closer to ensure accuracy, unless you wish to risk finding yourself here again or somewhere else.
In that case, do you have somewhere where we could rest?
And more of that tea.
Of course. And she waves her hand, and the glass that Renaya shattered kind of picks itself off the floor and rebends itself together, and then goes over to the fire and puts itself within the fire, allowing you to get some more tea.
The candlestick and the clock being singing again.
She snaps her fingers a couple times. Kellings, would you come in here? At which point, another gaunt human man with two stubs for arms, his hands having been, it looks like removed at some point, comes in and gives a slight bow. Follow me. Before he guides you to the other half of the castle to a number of different beds in different rooms. Your quarters.
Is there a fireplace?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Please have a good night.
Okay, thank you. Before leaving.
Excellent.
So, what would you do?
I 1000% thought that's where that was gonna end.
I'm gonna real quick. I don't know if I can. I'm gonna close the door. I'm gonna detect magic, see if there's any like any scrying sensors, anything in here. Can they see us? Do they know?
You detect magic. There's no specific sensors or anything like that. The room is magical in nature in the same way that the castle is, and you do understand that there's not a whole lot that can go on within the castle that Miriam wouldn't be aware of. But there's no direct sensors on you or anything like that.
Great. So like she would be able to know if I cast a spell, but not necessarily what the spell looked like or did.
Yeah, for the most part, she might be able to kind of get a feel for the school or something along those lines.
That's
but
fine.
yeah,
I am going to go to the fireplace and light it up.
do it.
I am going to cast Control Flames again.
Okay.
One of the things that Control Flames is able to do is I'm able to cause simple shapes to appear in the flames and like change their color and stuff. Can I attempt to... So basically, how I would have described how the Control Flames worked when I cast it on the map is that they just would have covered over it. One of the things you can do with Control Flames is you can cast it multiple times, like up to 3 of the non-instantaneous effects active at the same time. Can I attempt to recreate the map in the fire? Based off of my memory and the fact that it was overlaid?
Do you have the
I do not have the infinite memory feat.
The
okay
keen mind feat.
keen mind? That's what it is.
That's the one. You know the one. But just off of my sheer mental palace, I'm going to delve deep into the mind palace.
Influence and animate as you like. The shape lasts for 1 hour.
If DJ, if I can
you delve into my
I was gonna
mind
say,
palace for me?
if it would help, I would be willing to use detect thoughts to delve into Tripwitch's mind for him to get a fresh image in my head, since we were all staring at that piece of paper while I was getting tossed into the fire.
Yes.
Before. Go ahead, Abinthy. Roll an Arcana check with advantage.
That's okay. That's some of the best words that you've said to me all night.
Hey, Aaron. A natural 20 would be fantastic right now.
That would be, wouldn't it? Okay. That will be a 28. I don't suppose you have like a guidance cantrip or anything? Like just something hot, something toasty.
Maybe bardic inspiration.
A bardic
by chance?
inspiration from the bard who's not here.
I'll say, yeah, Edward gives you bardic inspiration.
Oh, sick. Is that a D8?
That's a
It might be
yeah,
a D10.
It's at least a D8.
No, he's got fighter, so he's probably
Pretty sure
a
it's
D8.
a D8.
Brunei, are you gonna give guidance as well?
Yeah.
All the things.
I want to break free.
That'll be a 34.
And Renaya's guidance.
35.
Nice.
That's pretty high above that impossible DC, Zio.
You guys spend a good, like, let's see, how long does this last? It lasts for an hour. You guys spend, like, you're able to get the initial shape right away. Getting the
It's a
details of
square.
the map. It's a rough square, you know, it's kind of a rectangle. But over the course of the hour, you get it to the point where you guys have the details of the map engorged in this flame.
Write it down.
Renaya's writing it down.
You start writing it down,
Pretty
and
big
you
deal.
watch as Ebinthy and Leshka, as their mind melded together, are like staring into the flames, sweat like pouring off of them as they're trying to take.
Edward's dabbing like the sweat.
They're pushing.
Massaging shoulders.
I'm sweating blood.
Very possibly you could be.
This
You,
isn't
you
the
guys are
Garden
pushing
of Gethsemane.
the abilities of cantrip to that of like a 5th or 4th level spell.
Hold on. I mean, well, okay, yeah, the control flame is, yeah.
Yeah, control frames is a
Yeah,
cantrip. So you're trying to.
yeah. No,
Yeah, you know. Kind of an in between.
Technically.
Legend lore, memory spike, all those type
Yeah,
of
yeah,
things.
yeah.
Come on, you guys.
And it's
agreeing with them.
it takes 2 high level magic people to be able to accurately do this and detect and keep the details going. Like you can bring the paper out pretty easily, but getting the details of it on there is poorly.
This
We're
is the
not
most
gonna
action-packed
make a,
thinking.
Just make a sleight of hand check for me,
Who?
Renaya.
Oh, thank God, it's not me.
Not supposed to be with, advantage at all.
Alright,
Get
my
on
dice are
that
really hard to read in this
Edward.
light. 14.
Okay, you're able to scribble down the gist of the information. There wasn't a lot of
Get
information.
the words.
You get the you get a brief kind of scribble of the outline of the map, plus the location, and some of the little bit of the geography that's on the map, and you get like 80% of it written down before it goes, and like the whole fire just kind of extinguishes itself.
Leshka and
Edward's
Tripwitz both just
fanning
kind of
the
like
two.
pass out, like momentarily.
You did great. You did great. Edward cradles Leshka's head slowly to the ground.
That was the best I could do.
I'm sorry,
Thank you.
Renaya.
No, thank you.
It's my fault.
Now hide that in a very,
No, it's my fault.
in a very
I
thin-
told you to do that.
Just really hide it good.
All right.
Make a copy,
Well,
maybe.
well, everybody, we're all quite tired. We've been up for some
maybe
odd
pockets can hold on to it.
20 hours
It's a
or
good
more.
idea.
I don't know if 100% if that's a good idea. I just really want to make sure.
I mean, Pockets can literally has like a mini pocket, and then he can just
Pockets
poof.
is his own, like,
Do we
pocket.
know what else is in this pocket?
There's a lot of things.
There's Greek
Okay,
Mostly
Abinthy, why
in
don't
his
you go to
pocket.
sleep? Go to sleep,
Yes.
Abinthy.
I'll try.
And
Oh
Renai,
my goodness,
I
DJ, what did you do
apologize.
to us?
I'm trying to role play.
Sorry, Grant.
And Renaya, I can tell that you were quite upset, and I don't really know what a lot of this is about, but we're all quite tired, so I suggest we all sleep, and I'd love to hear more of what's really happening here later, if that's okay.
Yeah, didn't my mic not pick it up?
Oh, no.
I didn't. No, we
Okay.
were all like,
No, she says yeah, okay.
fantastic.
With
Well, I
you
will see
guys,
you all in the morning.
yes.
Apathy is unconscious, sitting up.
He's old man sleeping. You know, it's the dad who's watching TV, but he's sleeping, but he's still watching the TV. You can't change the channel
Yeah,
because he's not young.
Thimble is long enough to form one of those neck pillows.
Describe Thimble for the people who don't know.
Thimble is a crochet weasel. Also, your mic is on the fritz, by the way. Just wanted you to know that. Yeah,
Oh, frick.
it's flipping out. But yeah, Thimble is just wrapped around my neck in like the U-shaped neck pillow.
The travel pillow, nice. With you guys going to bed in the in between, having met
just to
Miriam,
clarify, Leshka
yes,
does
Leshka.
stay. He's like stays up like on watch for like the first hour at least.
cool.
Thimble's got it.
You guys go to bed, having regained lost knowledge, even though you guys knew it was on the paper, but the paper itself was so important. You guys having regained that
We don't
knowledge.
have the paper memorized.
You literally have photographic memory, Leshka.
We don't.
Listen,
no.
we're trying to end
Nobody-
the
nobody
episode
here
here.
has
It's
that.
been long enough.
Nonetheless,
Can we
nonetheless.
just?
Nonetheless,
Grant's like, I
just
want to go to
regroup.
bed.
this episode.
Done over.
Much for watching. Thank you guys for rating. Those of you
Yeah, thank you.
great. That was rad.
What a fantastic episode. I honestly enjoyed that. Thanks, DM. I didn't expect.
Bro,
to
why do you
Shadowfell, so-
do this to me, man?
Dog, what the freak?
This
Also,
is
it was
Oh, you're trying
negative
to s-
2.
DJ has
woman.
my favorite DM style, which is, here, I got you this present, and you're like, oh my god, a present, and he's like, yoink, and you just
Sorry.
yeets it away.
Also, it was negative 2 charisma who rated us. Thank you. Welcome all new people.
Very nice.
Hope to see you again.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for the raiders who stuck around. Thank you for my players who stuck around, as literally everybody yawns in some form, shape, or form.
I
I'm
haven't
leaving.
yawned once.
I'm leaving.
You're not
We love you
leaving
guys.
TPD, are
Thank you
you?
guys so much. I believe.
Oh, Lydia's.
That's
Yeah,
this is
I
as
think
far as I
number-
can go.
Like, sorry. Come back for table scraps on Thursday for everybody to get a lit episode. It's gonna be Thursday
Gonna
afternoon.
have quite the reaction.
Time
was that?
announced in the Discord.
Gonna have quite the reaction to the episode on Thursday.
Yeah, it'll be great. I don't think we have any other announcements, more basic announcements that you guys can see from the beginning of the episode. So, for the sake of my players' sanity, we're gonna go ahead and end for tonight. Good luck and Godspeed, Dungeoneers. Thank you guys for watching. Have a great night.
And
We love
see
you.
you all next time.
Bye.